and they thank you. And this meeting is being recorded, and they can see all of us in the room. And when we get to the Q&A period and the public comment period, they'll have an opportunity to interact with us as well. I wanted to just give you an idea of the run of show, how things are going to happen today. So in the room, we've got, obviously we have our presentation area. There's coffee and danishes in the back. I think people have found those. We have a little map corner, a map nook, I think Frank called it, where we have a couple of maps, and we have some handouts of the materials that you'll see in the presentation today, color packet of color maps of a lot of the data sets that we have, and some other materials, so you can feel free to take those with you. We also have some laptop stations set up, so you'll hear from Andy Lanier from the state today about Oregon map, and we have some stations here that you can actually try it. So Frank will be back there during the public comment time for those of you who want to work with him one-on-one to try that tool out. So that's what these laptops are. And so the agenda that we have, the first part of the meeting is a presentation about where BOEM is with their process. And then that will be followed by a question and answer time, which is just an informal discussion, whatever questions you have, and we'll go back and forth between folks in the room and people online. And we'll do that as long as you have questions. And then we'll take a break, and then we'll move into what we're calling the formal public comment time. And so we have a court reporter here, Yelena. Thank you. And she can record verbatim what you say to our BOEM representatives here today. And during that time, our BOEM representatives will be in a listening mode. And you can make public comment to them directly. You can go online to regulations.gov. You can submit something in writing here with us today. So that's the three parts of our meeting. And we have a few meeting guidelines if you want to put those up. For folks so we ask that you honor the agenda. It's a pretty straightforward, simple agenda. Participate actively and respectfully. You'll hear differences of opinions. That's, we expect that. We just expect that folks will listen respectfully. Be mindful of your speaking time. We've been very flexible. We're here until 12. Yesterday in Newport, we had the meeting go until about 12:45. We had a very rich discussion in the Q&A. And a lot of public comment, and we just took the time we needed, and we'll do the same with you today. So we're flexible with that. But if you're speaking a lot and you know that there's folks in the room that have things to share, you might want to invite them to speak, or just look around before you jump in again. Provide your full name and affiliation each time you speak, and also if you're here representing a particular fishery, we found that's really helpful to know that as well. Respect differences of opinion and perspective, already talked about that. Stay on mute when you're not speaking. For people in the room, that means no side conversations and hush. For folks online, it means to keep themselves muted, obviously. Refrain from sidebar conversations. There's lots of spaces out in the hall to take people outside and have a one-on-one if you need to. It makes it hard for people online to hear when we've got side conversations in the room, and it's hard for folks in the room as well. Register to participate in public comment at the sign-in table. You can do that at any point in the meeting. We ask that you sign in. If you do want to do public comment, Bianca is out there and she'll give you a number, and that just helps us keep track. And we'll call you up in the number that you've signed up. But it's at some point in the meeting, if you hear something that's like, oh, I want to speak to that, go on out and just get a number and come back. We want to hear from you. So I think, is there another logistics slide? Oh, this is for our folks online. So they can click the mute button at the bottom of the screen to mute themselves, to enter the discussion queue, raise your hand. So during the Q&A for folks online, we'll go back and forth with people in the room. You can use the chat to ask questions. You're encouraged to keep your webcam on during the discussion. It's nice for us to see you, but you don't have to. And we will not accept formal public comment through the chat. So you need to either get on camera or get on your phone or get online to submit the formal public comment. And then you can contact Ariella here if you have any issues. I think those are all of our logistics slides, and there's our agenda. So with that, what I'd like to do is introduce Yelena, and of course people know her. So Yelena, I want to hand it over to you to make some opening comments. please press mute. Green. So green light comes on. Okay. Check. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, you don't be shy, Yelena. Put it right up in there. I'll try.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yelena Nowak. I am the Executive Director of the Oregon Trawl Commission, one of the 4 seafood commodity commissions in the state of Oregon. We are an industry-funded state government entity that was established by the Oregon State Legislature in 1963 to support and protect the viability of the trawl sector in Oregon. Our fisheries include Oregon pink shrimp, Pacific whiting, the shoreside sector, and bottom trawl groundfish fishery. Couple of things about our industry and fishing industry in general in Oregon, how important the conservation and environment and sustainability is for us. My fisheries are really the testament for that. All of our fisheries, all 3 have been certified against the rigorous sustainability standard of the Marine Stewardship Council, also known as MSC. Oregon pink shrimp is the first shrimp fishery in the world that became MSC certified in 2007. West Coast groundfish fishery is a phenomenal example of the long-standing commitment of our fleet and the processing sector to the sustainability of the fishery. The fishery collapsed in the year of 2000, and the fleet and the processors did not walk away to the next big fishery. They stuck around, they sacrificed, persevered, and our fishery was subsequently certified, that fishery, West Coast groundfish, certified with MSC in 2013, and it is a remarkably sustainable, healthy, abundant fishery today. We're very proud of that accomplishment. Pacific whiting fishery is the largest biomass abundant fishery on the West Coast, also certified with MSC. And the list will go on. We have many other commercial and recreational fisheries that have those success stories. And that did not happen randomly overnight. It was a lot of sweat, blood, tears, working together with our regulators, federal and state, and environmental community. And together, here we are. We are very proud of that. I want to thank everyone for coming today, taking the time to come and learn what is happening with the offshore wind energy proposed of our southern and central coast. Thank you. As Jamie suggested, there will be the formal public comment opportunity, and I strongly encourage everyone to consider making a statement. Thank you to BOEM team for taking the time and spending 3 days on the Oregon coast. We had a meeting yesterday in Newport, and tomorrow we will have one more in Gold Beach. Thanks again. We're here. Let us know if there's any questions. I'm here for you guys and gals. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Jamie.
Great, thanks, Yelena. So a couple other people I would like to introduce. So Andy Lanier, if you want to get yourself on video, Andy's with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. There you are. Andy, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and I have been staff for Oregon and BOEM's Intergovernmental Task Force. And I'm here today as one of the developers of the Aura Wind Map tool.
Great, thanks, Andy. And you'll hear more from Andy during his presentation. So Whitney, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce your team.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Whitney Howard, and I'm a renewable energy specialist with the BOEM Pacific office. And it's my pleasure to pass it over to the other side of the table. We have a Director Lefton and our Regional Director, Doug Warren, to make some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Whitney. Can you all hear me okay? There it
Yeah, that
is.
sounds good.
Now it's on. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Amanda Lefton. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Really grateful to have the opportunity to be here with you all today in person. That feels wonderful. First, before we jump in, I really want to thank Yelena. I'm really so pleased to be here today with the Oregon Trawl Commission. We really appreciate this partnership and the opportunity to have this discussion today, which is so important. And also want to acknowledge that we're in the ancestral lands of the Boquil and acknowledge the chair, and thank you so much for having us here today. So of course, BOEM is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We are the federal agency charged with managing the energy and mineral resources in the outer continental shelf. We're also, of course, the lead agency for offshore wind, which is what brings us here today. As we move forward, first I want to say that we know, of course, that the commercial fishing industry and the recreational fishing industry is a crucial part of many coastal communities. It contributes to the U.S. food security, jobs, economic opportunity, and probably more importantly, for many, it's a way of life, particularly here in Oregon. And we know just how important these fisheries are to the state and to the communities here all across the West Coast. So at BOEM, as we work to achieve the administration's renewable energy goals, we're really focused on doing so in a way that the fisheries and the industry not only coexist with offshore wind, but truly can thrive with offshore wind. We also want to make sure that we're doing our part to minimize or avoid impacts to the marine environment and to marine species. So today, we're here to discuss how to do that with all of you as we move forward with offshore wind energy plans off the coast of Oregon. Right now, we're here to really work to inform the next steps to identify wind energy areas to move forward with a potential leasing process. And truly, we're really at the beginning. It probably doesn't feel that way for our state partners and the BOEM team who have been talking for several years, but truly we're at the beginning of the process as we really seek to identify areas that are least impact for multiple ocean users. And really today, we're looking, and today and throughout this entire process, to collaborate with all of you so that we could collectively really identify these areas so that we can ensure that we're addressing all potential conflicts between ocean users. So the call, which was published in late April, is really this important first step in the pre-leasing process. It's really part of an engagement process. It lets us request feedback from you all on specific areas for potential leasing or specific areas that should be off the table from your perspective. It lets us focus on how we can reduce user conflicts in the identified areas as much as possible. And truly, as this moves forward, I really want to reaffirm our commitment to working with the fishing community throughout the entire process. We're working hard to ensure our process is consistent, that it has greater transparency, and it offers predictability and certainty. But in order to do that, we of course need to hear from all of you. So we want open and honest conversation. I'll tell you, I've talked to a couple of you before this started. You all committed to having open and honest conversation. So I look forward to that. And we really want to find solutions to address potential challenges as we move forward. We have heard the Oregon fishing community say that y'all want transparency as this move forward, and we have heard you. So that's why we have a court reporter here today and at tomorrow's meeting to record comments. And of course, we have one yesterday at the meeting in Newport that Yelena mentioned a moment ago. So all these public comments are recorded and received and will be uploaded to regulations.gov for BOEM analysis and for public viewing. I'd like to thank the Oregon Trawl Commission and the Midwater Trawls Cooperative for coordinating this with us today. We also have laptops for those who want to make comments directly into the online platform. And you can also use them to explore the Oregon Offshore Wind Mapping Tool, ORWIND, which we're going to hear more about today, which provides access to the best available data that's informing our decision making. Your input will inform future decisions and help develop a lasting engagement strategy. one that prioritizes science and meaningful collaboration to avoid, minimize, or mitigate potential effects of offshore wind leasing. Fishing communities or other fishery stakeholders are critical to gathering the data we need for offshore energy development process. And we're really excited to share information on the Oregon call areas with you today. And I'll say, just to be very clear, because I know that our process is a long one and involved, you know, we're at the beginning really of the stages of identifying where the offshore wind potential is. So that means we started with a big area, really to ask questions about what makes sense, where should we go, where's offshore wind most viable, what are the areas of the highest conflict for many ocean users, including those of you in the room today. And really what we intend to do is gather all of that information so that we can then narrow this call area significantly to identify those wind energy areas that would then be considered for potential leasing. So what we're talking about today is really an opportunity to collect feedback so that we can identify those potential places. So to that end, we're really excited to get your input. Today is just the first, or I shouldn't even say it's the first, it's one of many conversations we'll continue to have throughout this process. And we truly look forward to future engagement to help inform these decisions as we move forward. So thanks again for being here today. Thank you again for hosting us. We look forward to the discussion.
I believe it goes back to Jamie now. Or I will just say that I am Doug Warren. I'm the regional director for the BOEM Pacific region. Thanks everyone for being here. It's always great to be back in Coos Bay, and I'm not an advertisement, but I am looking forward to fried oysters at lunch at Shark Bites. So I'll say we love the seafood here, and it's always good to be back. Thank you.
Hey, Doug, I had those last night for dinner and they were awesome. So highly recommend. So Whitney, you want to introduce or have the rest of your team introduce themselves and then take it away for your presentation.
Sure, thank you, Jamie. And I think if you pull the slides back up, we have all our names on the slide for those that are helpful to see. But again, my name is Whitney Hauer, and I'm a renewable energy specialist supporting the BOEM Pacific office. We're based in Camarillo, California. And I'm going to introduce this table here as well. So to my right is Frank Pendleton. He is a GIS specialist and responsible for all the maps and the maps that you see on the wall and the handouts that are in the map corner. And then Abigail Ryder is our National Environmental Policy Act NEPA coordinator, here to help answer some of the environmental questions. And on the line, we have Donna Schrader. She is a marine ecologist with our office and our fish and fisheries subject matter expert. So again, echoing the comments of the director, and thank you to Yelena. Thanks for having us here today. So I'm going to walk through a presentation that walks through our authorization process and where we are today with the call for information and nominations. Next slide.
Hey, Whitney, can I do a quick check? Sound check with the folks on online to make sure that they're hearing okay. Hey, Donna, can you let us know how Whitney's coming through?
Sounds great.
Yeah, sounds great. All right, make sure you keep it right up close.
Thank you for the reminder, Jamie. Thanks, Donna, for having my back that you could hear me. So again, we're in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, and as you've heard, our mission is to manage the responsible development of mineral and energy resources, and we're here today to talk about offshore wind. Our jurisdiction is from 3 nautical miles offshore the state coastline out to 200 nautical miles. And our office in Camarillo is responsible for the work in Washington, Oregon, California, as well as Hawaii. Next slide. So as Amanda mentioned, we have a 4-stage authorization process for offshore wind, and it's a multi-year process, and it is a little complicated. So over the 4 stages, we're currently in this first stage of planning. It's planning and analysis. And in Oregon, it began with the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force. So really pleased, Andy Lanier is our state sort of the staff point of contact for the task force, as well as Andy Lanier for the state. And also want to recognize Commissioner Maine is on the task force as well and in our audience. So through the work of the task force and this planning effort, we're here today with the call for information and nominations, which is that's circled on the slide. This call was issued in late April. And the purpose of this call is to solicit information, both for areas for commercial leasing, as well as public comment for anything in terms of in and around those areas. After the public comment period, BOEM will analyze these comments, continue to coordinate with our state partners, conduct consultation, taking the best available information to identify wind energy areas. So that's our area identification process. Those wind energy areas undergo the first round of environmental review for potential leasing. So this environmental review is for the action of lease issuance, as well as collecting data and information to inform a project. And it's really important to note in this first environmental review, it's not of an offshore wind project itself, it's just the potential for leasing. Now I'm going to move over to our second stage of our authorization process, is the leasing process, and it includes both a proposed sale notice and a final sale notice. There's a public comment as a part of the proposed sale notice, and then BOEM will hold an auction for a lease sale. After a lease is issued, the lessee is responsible to collect the data and information that they need within the site to inform a project. So this is the site assessment phase, or that third phase where they have up to 5 years to collect this information. Once the lessee or the developer has its project, they submit a construction and operations plan, or a COP, for BOEM's technical and environmental review. So this is the second environmental review in our process, with the first environmental review of the actual project. So this is where you have the understanding of how big the project is, how big the turbines are, the placement, the point of interconnection, and so on, the details of the project. And again, it undergoes BOEM's environmental review. So in this multi-stage process, and the director mentioned this morning, we're at these very early stages. We're at the call stage where we're trying to collect data and information to inform these decisions. Next slide. So as a part of where we are in Oregon and the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, we began this discussion of offshore wind energy planning back in 2019 with a task force meeting. At that meeting, BOEM and our state partner, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, committed to developing a plan to outline how we would do data gathering and engagement to inform this. In 2020, we presented this draft plan to the task force, and at that meeting, BOEM and the state committed to offshore wind energy planning. Both the plan is available online, and then the work that we did from 2020 to the fall of 2021 of all of our outreach and engagement and our data gathering is available on a summary report. So this was sort of a two-pronged piece. It was the data gathering and data visualization and data catalog, which is the Oregon Map tool, which you'll hear a little bit more about today. And then it was also the BOEM and DLCD meeting with coastal constituents, ocean users, local officials, research organizations, and so on, to make sure that we had the information, both geospatial and not, to inform where we are today. This information was presented in October of 2021. That summary report was finalized and it's available online. And then this past February, BOEM had its fourth task force meeting on the topic of offshore wind energy planning and proposed the call areas, which is a part of our call for information. And these are the areas for consideration for potential leasing. Next slide. So this is sort of walking through where we've been today in pictures of maps. So our authorization is from that 3 to 200 nautical miles. And then we considered in this statewide planning effort, the offshore wind energy resource in Oregon is strong. So we did a coast-wide effort from north to south, and we extended our data gathering and engagement for out to 1,300 meters, which is where offshore wind is we determined it as a reasonable limit to where offshore wind could be commercially viable. So this was the sort of area that we used in this broad state data gathering effort. And then in February, BOEM proposed 3 areas for consideration. So from north to south, in the middle picture here is the Coos Bay, the proposed Bandon, and the proposed Brookings Call area. The feedback that we received at the task force meeting and subsequent stakeholder engagement meeting, we removed the proposed abandoned area. And in the call, we have two areas for potential leasing, the Coos Bay call area and the Brookings call area. Next slide. So the terminology in BOEM can be a little confusing. So I just want to go over a couple of terms. So we have the call for information nomination, or the call, and this is where we are today, and we're soliciting public comment on the areas and uses in and around these areas, and it requests nominations of interest for development or for leasing. Our work today is a discussion in and around the call areas, which is described in the public notice itself, the call. So I understand that's a little confusing between the call and call area. And then after the call, the public comment period closes, and the work that we do to identify areas for potential leasing with environmental review is a wind energy area, or WEA. And this undergoes this environmental review and can be the basis for a lease area. And then you have a lease area. This is an area that's offered for a lease sale and an auction. Next slide. So to summarize the call in Oregon, this was issued at the end of April with a 60-day public comment period. And again, we're asking for information for potential commercial wind energy leasing, as well as public comment in those areas. The approach that we used in Oregon was to have a large call area. So this is a potential offshore wind capacity to support up to 14 gigawatts of offshore wind. We understand it is a very large area, and we're trying to narrow down these areas to consider 3 gigawatts of offshore wind in this near-term commercial development. So this is roughly less than 1/4 of the two areas. The Coos Bay call area is over 1,300 square miles, and the Brookings call area is smaller at less than 450 square miles. The call notice itself and all of this information is updated on our website at boem.gov/Oregon. Next slide. So I have some of the call area details that describe the areas of the Coos Bay and Brookings call area. They're both, the eastward boundary is for both of these areas is 12 nautical miles, or 13.8 miles from shore. And I provide some of the depth ranges as well as the size of the areas from north to south and east to west on this slide. Next slide. So in terms of how we got to those two areas, the notice itself details all the parameters that were used to narrow in on these two call areas. It began, talking about how relevant offshore wind energy can be, the demand for renewable energy for the state, and the suitability for offshore wind in terms of how it's commercially viable with respect to the wind resource, the cost, the depth, the slope, and potential transmission availability on shore. We took into consideration maritime navigation. We avoided large concentrations of existing submarine cables. We have a discussion of commercial fishing that Frank will take over in just a few minutes here. And then we discuss how we try to avoid or minimize our with wildlife and habitat, with marine mammals and sea turtles, birds, as well as marine habitat. We avoid areas of submerged landforms, and then there's a discussion of the tribal considerations and Department of Defense considerations within the call. Next slide. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the depth aspect, as it's a piece that we've heard a lot in these conversations. And for those in the audience, I'm sure is much more familiar offshore Oregon than us, but the coast is offshore. It's deep and steep pretty quickly. So we've considered up to this 1,300 meter bathymetry as a reasonable limit for commercial development. And this is certainly a frontier for floating offshore wind worldwide. I have a figure from the U.S. Department of Energy from their market report back in 2021 that takes a snapshot of floating offshore wind worldwide, and recently updated with the Tampa Highland project, where the commercial operations date of this year. And this would be the deepest floating offshore wind in the world is installed in water depths of 260 to 300 meters. And again, our area for consideration is out to 1,300 meters. Next slide. Some of the seafloor conditions, we tried to avoid canyon systems. So the row canyon system, the area of the light and dark blue on the far left, would help shape the Brookings Call area, and understand that the majority of these call areas are in soft sediment, which is shown with the map in the middle. But it's a tricky area. There are areas of high slope, and so we show a map in the slope area as well. We want to avoid areas of high concentrations of hard bottom and rocky reef habitat, and have done that in terms of the Coos Base call area south of Hecate Banks, and the removal of the proposed abandoned call areas in terms of Coquille Banks or the abandoned high spot. And look forward as a part of this data collection to make sure that we have the best information on ocean bathymetry and seafloor habitat. Next slide. Okay, with this, I'm going to pass this over to Frank to give you a discussion of some of the fishings.
Hello. Coming through. All right. Well, Frank Middleton, I'm the GIS person. That's basically computer mapping for the BOEM office. And I'm just going to tell you a bit about some of the fisheries data sets we're using, particularly these three sources. They're kind of our main data sets and called density grids. So I'll tell you a bit about how we create them and then show you a few. And just to let you know, I'm going to show you a subset here. Then we've got a bigger subset in these handouts here that you'll find those over there in the map nook. We've got another subset over there on the maps on the wall, just so you can get to them in other places. And then by far the biggest is on a Oregon map, which Andy Lanier is going to tell you a bit more about when it's his chance to talk. And then I'll be over there with it when it's comment time for anyone who wants to talk. But now to talk a bit about the three data sets we'll be talking about. First one is the FRAM data set that comes from, I know some folks that know fisheries and some it's NIMS, from their fisheries resource analysis and monitoring crew. And what I've got up here in the pictures, I'm showing you two of the blue ones. Well, good, they say what they are now below. You can see the FRAM one is 2011 through 2015. And we've matched it up with our BMS data set. So that's the data set that I had a bit more of a hand in analyzing. And right, that's coming from the vessel monitoring systems. And it was nice to match them up for the same years because we already had the FRAM data from NOAA. And then we created this one. We were happy to see just how similar they looked. And we'll talk a bit more how each of these data sets are created. So it's just nice that they're created from different raw data, analyzed in a different way, and they're telling us the same thing. And then we've also got data sets coming from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Theirs is coming from logbook data and analyzed in another way. And again, here in the next couple slides, we'll talk a bit about it. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a basic idea of how we made the BMS data and just about any density grid. And here we're showing AIS data just because we can show you that. We can't show the BMS data. It's a lot more privacy concerns. So this is some AIS data out of California. Basic idea, I've turned the different boats, different colors, and we get a ping every once in a while, and we know where it is and when it was and what boat it was. That's the very first box. The second box with all the pink lines. We connect them, and now we've got tracks of where the boats went. The third one, we take those lines and we put them over a grid and say how many boats went through each box. You know, we can do it by different types of boats. We can do it by different years and things like that. But how many boats went through the box? And the last one, that's basically what our data sets, they all end up being is it's a number. How many boats went through the box? Or it can also be how many boats came reasonably close to the box. So next slide, please. This is how our VMS does. That's where we are with the VMS. And our boxes are a bit bigger in the VMS. They're 3/4 of a mile on a side. It's our aliquots. When you hear us talking about offshore wind leasing, we have these boxes called aliquots, 3/4 of a mile on the side. Here, this is how the data analysis took place for both the FRAM data and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And if you see the red line or the green line, that is a vessel track. And theirs is coming from logbook data. So when did the nets go out? When did they come in? They'll connect those GPS points. And then their grids are smaller boxes, and they'll say, not what went right through our box, but what came within a certain distance. And sometimes that distance varies. Sometimes it can be very short, like 500 meters or so. Sometimes it can be a lot more, like a lot of the FRAM data sets are 3 kilometers, right? 1.6 miles or so. So it gives it a lot data, much smoother look, and it's better for some of the privacy concerns. It's more kind of say bleached out, just kind of making that term a little bit smoothed out. So we'll see this as we go. So on to the next one, please. So now we're just going to look at a few different data sets. And again, I've got a subset here. There's a bigger subset on the wall or in these books, and more yet in an Ora wind map. And this is whiting. And this gets to the idea that we can look at different data sets. We can look at different time periods. And we can also look at different vessel classes, which type of vessel it is. So just starting on the far right, there's kind of a map with 3 maps in there. That's all the whiting data in the VMS data set, and then zoomed in there on the call areas. Next to it in the yellow, we have the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data. And again, that's all their whiting data, but that's just what's landed in Oregon. Right? So boats that are coming down from Seattle or something, they're not represented in that data set. And they're using a pretty large search area in their analysis. So that's why it's kind of blurred out and goes quite a way. It's just it helps a lot with the privacy concerns, but it can be looked at different ways. The last one over there is the FRAM data set, and that's strictly for the shoreside midwater trawl and for a limited number of years. A lot more year data sets. There's a few more up on that map, and again, much more in for a wind map. Right, next. Here's the bottom trawl data, and I'm not going to talk too much to it. I'll let you look at it for a second. And similar type of setup. We've got the VMS on the far side from me, ODF and W data, and then we've got one example of the FRAM on the far side. And then next slide, please. Here we have the pink shrimp data. They haven't analyzed it in the FRAM, so we've just got the VMS and the ODF and W data. And again, with this, it's been very nice to see that we're analyzing 2 different data sets in different ways, and we get a very similar view. Where are the busy areas? Where are the folks fishing? And so, yeah, those 2 data sets there. And the next slide, I believe, is the last one. Dungeness crab. Again, we don't have FRAM data sets for that. We've got the VMS and different years by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. For their data sets had different kind of subsets to it. I'm not exactly sure why they busted apart, but they did into different year classes. So it's kind of handy. We can look at it at different year setups and just how well it matches up with the VMS. Again, it's nice to have 2 different data streams and have them look very similar. So that's with the Dungeness crab, and I think I'm done. Let's see what the next one has to say. Oh, okay, this is the last page. It's the first and last page of this. And I mentioned a few times that there's a lot more data in Ora wind map, and there's those links on there, and those will take you to that data. Just if you click on that one link, it'll open it, it'll show you all the VMS data for one. You click on the other one, it'll take you to all the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data. So it just gets you to the data. And on the very last page, it's kind of a different way to get you to the data. It's a catalog. So you can go through it those ways. And then after we're done here during the comment period, I'll be sitting over on one of the tables over there, and folks can come over and work with me, and we can get comments up in the forum like that. All right, with that, I'll hand it back to Whitney.
Okay, great. Thanks, Frank. Next, great. So I did want to, so thanks for that overview. I'm assuming that we don't have too many offshore wind energy developers here in the audience, but I did want to share with you what we're requesting or requiring of them actually in terms of the nominations of interest aspect of the call. And I think it's an important point to share that for those potential lessees interested in commercial development offshore Oregon, they're required to specify the areas within the call that they would like to make available for leasing. So BOEM determined that sort of a reasonable size project could be a 1 gigawatt size project and defined it as 129 square miles. So the nominations has to be reasonable. So maybe up to 129 square miles or however that's described. I just think that's important because we're requesting information from the public on how to narrow in on these areas, but we're requiring it from developers in terms of these areas of interest. Next slide. So perhaps more relevant to this group is the requested information from potentially interested and affected parties. This is section 6 in the call. So we're really looking for your feedback as a part of this public comment period. It's essential to help BOEM identify these wind energy areas for potential leasing for that environmental review. And we detailed in the call some of the specific and detailed comments that we're looking for within or around these call areas. And certainly it includes the existing users, the socioeconomic impacts. Really looking forward to hearing from the recreational and commercial fishers on these call areas. Next slide. In terms of how to provide comment to the call, our public comment period ends on June 28th, so it's coming up in a little over a week. And we've worked with the LCD and the Aura Wind Map group to allow, you can identify data layers, or you can create a map with Aura Wind Map and make a link and supplement your public comment with a map if you'd like to do so. There are 2 ways to provide written comment. So one is with the federal e-rulemaking portals, that's regulations.gov, and you look up the docket number and provide your written comment, or you can provide your comment in writing and send it to me at my work address. Next slide. And then we're here today with this public comment opportunity that's a verbal one. So this is the day 2 of our listening session, and this is the public opportunity focused to all fishing sectors. We've already provided you the handout to show you some of the information on the fishing effort data, and we'd love to have you mark up a map, well, I'm not sure if you can mark up the wall, I don't. But certainly let us know if you don't want to use Aura Wind Map, but we'd love to hear your feedback. And any of this information that's taken verbally will be considered a formal public comment and uploaded to regulations.gov. So it's equivalent as if it was a written comment. I've taken a little snippet of a handout in terms of how to, providing helpful comments. You're certainly welcome to share anything you'd like, but we're really looking for specific and substantive comments that can help inform this narrowing process from the call areas to the WIAs. So, in your comment information that's fact-based or links to data and information to point us to the source and are specific to the, your area of expertise that is in and around these call areas. I'll also say that it is a little less helpful to us in our process to make opinion-based comments. So to stand and say, I strongly support offshore wind or strongly oppose offshore wind without that fact base to support it makes it difficult to narrow in on these areas with this information. So we also have a handout that's available in terms of some of the tips on how to make the public comment to help winnow down these areas. So next slide. So this is I believe my last slide, and just, I know I've done a lot of talking at you on process and trying to show different ways to show our authorization process, but this activity today is informing potential leasing decisions. So we've highlighted some of the work that we've done in the state planning effort in terms of the broad data gathering and engagement effort, and detailed the call for information nomination, which is a narrowed but formal these 2 areas, Coos Bay and Brookings call area. We're closing in on our public comment period. I'm really looking forward to analyzing all this public comment, continue our coordination efforts and our consultation in the area identification process to identify wind energy areas for environmental review. terms of the lease itself with a proposed sale notice, there's a public comment period, and then our current timeline in terms of an auction would be the fall of 2023. So with that, I think this closes up the contact or the overall presentation, but wanted to provide the contact information for the Pacific office. That if you have any questions at any time, feel free to reach out to us, reach out to me. I look forward to talking with you. So thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Whitney. So there's just one more part of the presentation. That's Andy, right? So Andy Lanier from Department of Land Conservation and Development. Hi there, Andy.
Good morning.
We can see you in the room. Andy's going to do a walkthrough of the Oregon map tool and a demonstration. And then, like I said, during the public comment time, if you're not making active public comment, you're welcome to sit with Frank and and play around with that tool on one of the laptops we have. So Andy, go ahead, take it away.
I'm just confirming that you can see my screen and that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you well and your screen looks good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, my goal for you today is to demonstrate how you might create a custom drawing to use in your comment to BOEM, as Whitney just mentioned. And the first point in that is that while you can use the system to create bookmarks and views of data that we have in our system, if you want to do a drawing, you really need to have a user account. You can get a user account by going up to the login button. If you have never done this, you can hit I want to register, and that will take you to a little form that allows you to register. I've already created a login though, so I'm going to go ahead and log in. And once you log in, that enables a number of specific functions in the tool that allow you to customize and use the tool to a greater degree. And the first thing you'll notice is that once I've logged in, it actually will show you your user account here. You will have a few extra buttons or tools on the right-hand side. And in the My Planner portion of this interface, you will have some new capabilities here for creating a drawing and a bookmark that we will use to share that drawing. So the first thing, though, is to create a map that has something that you'd like to comment about. And so one of the things I thought I would do is I would share perspective. And one of the things I've noticed is that if you look at some of the tugboat tow lane crabbing agreement, there is a portion of that tow lane that overlaps with the call area, right? So if I turn on the call area and I turn on the tow lanes, you can see that there is one of these lanes that goes from the outside of the Hecata Banks in towards the Coos Bay Harbor and Marina at Charleston. So if this potentially could be a navigational concern, and as such, you know, that may be a comment that we would want to make and then identify that. So I'm going to create a drawing here, and I hit new drawing, and then you can draw a line, you can draw a point, or you can draw an area. In this example, I'm going to do an area. So I'm going to hit draw shape, and that enables me, and you can see a little dot that occurs on the map. And so I'm going to click on the map. I'm going to create a little lane that's about the same width as some of the other tow lanes that we see here. Double click to finish, and that creates a shape on the map. So if I hit next, that allows me to add kind of a description of this. I'm going to say Coos Bay tow lane and maybe concern. You can add a description, which you don't have to really do. This is optional. So I'm going to just put something here so that you can see that when I hit save. Now that's created this area, which has identified that area in a different color. You can turn the layer on and off so that you can see that it is indeed an object that you've just created. If I want to share this with somebody besides myself, because any drawing that you create is associated with only your account and you are the only individual that has access to that drawing unless you choose to share it publicly. And to share that, you right click on that little settings button to the right of the layer that we just created. You select share and then you select share with public. Now that's important because when you want to share it as a bookmark, that layer won't appear unless you've told it to be public. So right now I'm going to create a new bookmark. It has the layers that I've added to the tool. And then it allows you to, again, create a name. So I'm going to say Coos Bay Tow Lane View. And I'm just going to copy that. And then I hit add bookmark. And again, unfortunately, the same bug. I had this working earlier this morning, but it should add a bookmark to your list that will show up in the My Planner view of bookmarks here. And again, I'm working with my IT guy to figure out why that's happening. But I have been able to create bookmarks before. And what you will see when you click on a bookmark is that the map state will change to highlight the area that was drawn as well as the data layers. And so when I click on this bookmark that I created yesterday, you can see the map changes. It adds the layers that I had on, and it has the drawing that I created. To share that with BOEM as a part of your comment, you would go to the right side of the bookmark link and you would hit share bookmark, and that creates a specific web URL that you can copy and paste and include as a part of your comment to BOEM. Now, I always like to test this link, and so I'm going to open a brand new window and I'm going to put that link in the URL address bar. And you can see when I do that the system opens, it pulls up the same set of map layers and the drawing that was generated. Lastly, if I went a little bit too fast for you today, we have created a set of explanatory and helpful videos to help users understand how to use the OraWind map system. That goes all the way from the introduction to OraWind map to how to create a login, how to collaborate with groups, because we've created a groups feature so that you can share your maps with groups or local communities as a way of facilitating discussion. And the last one here is the most relevant, and how to use OraWind map to do what I just did, which was to make a drawing and then share that bookmark. And that's it. So I'll take any questions or just turn things back over to you, Jamie. And I will stop the share. And hopefully I didn't lose you, but I'm not hearing anything from the room.
Hearing anything from me?
Now I am, yes.
Okay,
Okay, can you hear me?
yeah.
Perfect. All right. My question is related specific to the data. Probably Frank, that will be you. So for the frame, the timescales provided from warehouse data, 2011 through 2015, which is 5 years. And the second set that is being compared to is 2016 to 2017, so it's 2 years. Is there a particular reason why time scales like that were selected?
It's the, wait, yeah. Yeah,
Yep, right
it's,
there.
it's the years that the FRAM group sorted them out. You actually might, know better than me why they had divided them, like changes that happened in the fishery. But just so you know, in the book and in what I presented, I'm presenting you a subset just for convenience. There's a lot more. The full set is in Oregon map. And again, I'll be over there to talk to anyone. Happy to talk to you 2 more. But yeah, I just chose one of the FRAMs, usually depending on what conveniently fit on the page, or same with the poster. But there's a lot more. In most fisheries, it goes back quite a ways, and they divided it out by what the FRAM folks decided were meaningful changes to the fishery, and that something happened, so we want to divide it out this way.
Follow up? Thank you. I noticed that across the different fisheries is the same time scales that's used, and each fishery is quite unique in what's happening over the years. So FRAM warehouse website and the NIMS folks can help break it down in a proper time scales. There's a lot of flexibility with that too, so it's possible. I just want to make sure you're aware.
Okay, yeah, and if there's like specific year classes that mean something that are meaningful to you, by all means, let's talk and we'll see what we can do. Because we can do the same thing with the VMS data. You'll see it's all right now what we've got in there is 2010 through 2017. All the examples I'm showing you are that. And if there's some reason you say, well, we'd really like to see up to, for this fishery, up to this year set, it means a lot for this reason. Let's talk and we can see if we can do something like that.
Craig, can you also clarify what role NIMS has had, if any, in helping us with the data?
Well, some of it they just created, like the FRAM data set, that's completely theirs. And it was just there. So we're, wow, this is a good data set for where is fishing happening. So that's an 100% NIMS thing. And we just use it because it's a very good, it's a good data set. So they've had that role. Then in the VMS data, it's not coming from NIMS, it's coming from the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement. So again, it's us working with NOAA. They give us access to that data set, and then we work with various folks to analyze it.
Thanks, Frank. I think it's really important that we continue the conversation about what data sets would be most useful in this analysis, but also just wanted to emphasize the partnership with other federal agencies as well as the state, because we utilize a lot of the state data as well in coming up with these maps and these data.
Yelena, did you have another question? Okay, we'll take questions from the audience. And just so folks know, and people online, we've got about 27 people in the room. We've got 37 people online. We're going to give a little preference to the folks in the room who drove here today to be with us. So raise your hand if you're interested to make public comment. I see Mike. Okay, I've got 3. Sorry? Questions, thank you. This is question and answer time. So we'll do a question and answer with discussion. And then when we're done with that, we'll take a break and we'll move into the formal public comment. So, and it's important that we make that line. Yeah, thank you. So we've got Mike, come on up, or I'll give you the mic. And what we ask you to do is state your name and your affiliation and your fishery if you've got one.
Mike Okaneski, and I'm a consultant for Pacific Seafood, but also for on the board of directors for West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. So my question is that yesterday I thought I heard Dan Waldeck say that the area, the call areas that you have for Oregon are some of the most productive lighting areas there are. And yet when I look at one of your charts there with the overlay, it would seem that it's more to the north. And at least I believe we're read to be more productive or in the past or whatever, but I mean, Dan Waldeck has got to the nth degree, he knows exactly what's going on in this whiting fishery as far as the offshore sector goes. And I don't know of anybody who would know any more than he, except maybe C-State. But that C-State information, we pay those guys to tell us where a lot of different bycatch and what the whiting has been caught and that kind of thing. So all I'm saying is it looks to me like, you know, from the chart you showed, that based on what Dan said yesterday, and I may misunderstood him, but I do know that even the shoreside boats are fishing heavily down there, and you've got fishermen in the room that can testify to this too. But why would it show that this area is not quite as productive as what we've been hearing, especially if we're down there hammering on it now, right now? Thank you.
If we've got, see, I don't know if you've got access to Dan's data or anything, but if we can get some of that from him and, you know, an explanation of how it was developed, that would be wonderful. We would happily use that.
That's privileged data, and I cannot get that. I'm shoreside. That's totally different sector. I probably work to get you data on that part, or turn you over to somebody that can, but like I said, Dan's the endpoint of the collection of all that. Why you wouldn't reach out to him, I don't know.
Yeah, I can, that can work fine. If you've got maybe you've got an address or something for me, we'll talk offline. Okay, she's got it.
Okay.
And that's what I can tell you about is my data set and where it came from and the other ones. And it is VMS, where the boats were, and we connected them. And I'm happy to look at other data sets. So yeah, we'll reach out to him and see what we can do.
Assuming he's willing. I don't know if he's on this call or not, but I guess it's just something that stood out in my mind from yesterday. And then seeing the chart, I expected to see that whole area that's being read. But it didn't look that way when I looked at it on the whiting fishery.
Right, and we can, you know, might be a good thing at when it's break time and I'm over there, and we can look at more data sets than I showed. And happy to sit down with you next to me and let's look at them and chat.
Okay, remember, I've got quite a few things going on my own side of the fence, so okay, thank you.
Fair enough.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we had two other hands up. We had a hand in here. I think it was, we're doing this question and answer discussion right now. So just have a question. Okay, a question?
And I know that you had one, okay, you and then you.
Hi, my name is Carrie and I'm with the fishing industry out of Charleston. If the data is what you are going by to make your decision of where the call area will be, why didn't you have in-person meetings with the fishing industry before that decision? Not just use data off a computer, actually have an in-person before you made the call area decision so they can help you make the right decision.
So I'll take a stab at that and then I'll turn it to the team. Thank you so much for the question. It's of critical importance. And can you hear me? I'm going to stop asking that every time. Can you hear me okay? So it's of critical importance. And that's in fact why we're here today. You know, of course, the past couple of years have made in-person meetings challenging and we've otherwise engaged, but truly where we are in the process, the call for information and nominations is actually just asking questions for data. So that's why we're here in person today, to really ask the question of where should we focus? Because
But maybe it should have been before.
well, so what this is this is actually the very beginning. So what we're asking in these areas is to say, what's important to you? Where should we go? Where should we not go? because these are not representative of where offshore wind will be. Where offshore wind could be proposed is in a much smaller subset of these areas. So the purpose of today is actually to do exactly what you suggest, which is we need to meet with you in person and have these conversations, look at the maps together and see what's important to you, so that as we explore, where the potential is, we're really doing so with you in mind at the very beginning of the process. Because the call itself, again, it's just meant to sort of put out the question, right? So we're really at the very beginning of asking the question, and that's really the intention of today.
Okay, so then what is the purpose of collecting this information if you're not going to move further out?
So the purpose of collecting the information is to see if we can identify areas where offshore wind is commercially viable and is least impact. So really what the process is a narrowing process. So we start with a very big area, and then we narrow down to something that's much smaller. And so what that area will be is what's the overlap between where offshore wind could be commercially viable and where we're avoiding impacts to ocean users as well as the marine environment as much as possible. So the point of this process is to say, where are those areas, and to ask that question and to have those conversations so that then we can narrow significantly from here. Does that help?
A little bit.
Okay. Thank you so much. Team, anything to add?
Just a comment from Donna to speak closer to the mic.
Roger, thank you. We'll do.
She can hear you, but it's soft.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. There was a hand over here. A woman had her, was it you? Yeah.
My name is Kathy Horns-John. I'm a concerned citizen with a lot of contacts with fishermen in the family. And my question is a mapping question. On the map, he showed like boxes that you could check, like the towboat box. Is there a box for every type of shipping movement or, recreational movement, fishing movement, the shipping as well as the towing? Because it would make it a lot easier if we were designing your own map, if you could check off boxes for all of the users, every single one of them, in order to make it easier to facilitate the map.
Yes, and it sounds like you're adding to fishing and then things like tugboats, cargo ships and things like that too.
Everything.
And what would probably be the best use why I'm here today is I can show you how to get to those. Yes, we do have ones for tugboats. We have it for cargo ships, for tankers and various things like that. That gets to the, it's a different data set, but we've got it and I can help you with it.
Fishing, research, all of the users.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of those there and we can turn them all on. But to be perfectly honest, the map gets to be just a huge mess. And I'll happily do it with you. And then we can say, I want to see this, that. We're happy
It
to do
might
it.
help you decide what the boundaries should be, since you're actually just in the development stage of where the boundaries are, if you knew all the users.
Okay, so I guess I was kind of seeing your question. I totally see what you're saying. And we definitely look at things that way. For us, yeah, we say, okay, let's look at shipping. I like to, it tends to work best for us to bust it out differently instead of just we do put it all together. Like, yeah, I don't think I showed an all fisheries map, but in the booklet, I've got it. And then also on there, where we put all the fisheries together. But, that has its issues because some fisheries are a lot busier than others and they happen in different places. But it's a look at it. So that's useful, but it's also very nice to bust them out. Okay, here's whiting. That's handy. It's nice to bust it out. Here's shoreside whiting and various looks like that. So I hear you. We kind of do that. It's the process. It's let's look at all these things. Let's look at that. Some of the things are very good overviews, and then you can dig deeper.
Right. My concern is just that all of the users are addressed, not just the ones that are more common.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's where it's nice where it's bust things out. So a fishery that's less busy, it gets blown out in the all fisheries map. So we want to look at it by itself. So You were well heard.
But I'll just say it's a really terrific comment, and what we seek to do is take all available data. So I think your question is really, are we looking at all available data to help inform where this should be? And the answer is yes. Now, that doesn't mean that every single ocean user we have data for, but to the extent that any data is available, we're looking at that together cumulatively to try and understand where we can, where the least impact place is from sort of that bigger picture. And so many of those data layers are on Aura Wind. So Frank will show you during the break so you can sort of see them all together. But fundamentally, that is what we seek to do, is to take all that data together to try and drive to find where the boundary should be. So it's a great question. We appreciate it.
Okay, we've got a question over here.
Bob Maine, Coos County Commissioner. Follow up on the vessel traffic. Follow up on the vessel traffic. I noticed in the presentation, we had vessel traffic slides on California. Why didn't we have it out of Coos Bay? I've seen it before, because I sit on the intergovernmental task force for BOEM.
Yeah, and we've got the full data set. Happy to show you. That was just an example of how the final data set is made.
I'd rather see the example out of Coos Bay and the other ports out of the coast here for the two call areas rather than something from California.
Okay, well, I'm happy to get it for you. No, there's no problem.
And I think you can go over with Frank and look at it online, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I've seen it
Yeah,
before. Just
I
didn't
figured you.
understand
why
why
it was
it wasn't
here.
presented locally, since we're talking about the two call areas here.
Nick, you have a question?
I am Nick Edwards. I'm here representing Shrimp Producers Marketing Cooperative. We have 30 vessels that fish pink shrimp in Oregon, Washington, California waters. I put Whitney on the spot yesterday, but the question really wasn't answered. So this is going to be for you, Director Lefton. Offshore wind is constantly advancing their technology to go deeper. The technology now exists to go beyond 1,300 meters to 2,600 meters in depth. BOEM released the call areas on the Central Atlantic that are 1,300 meters to 2,600 meters in depth. That's 56 miles offshore. Oregon call areas are hamstrung by 1,300 meters and inshore. My question to you is, Director Lefton, what does BOEM do with developers that are confident they can utilize their commercially viable technology to go to 1,300 to 2,600 meters in depth? One developer that I talked to has the intent to limit the environmental impacts and minimize the impacts to fisheries by going beyond 1,300 meters. How do you accommodate that?
Nick, thanks so much for the question. So the boundaries of the call area here, so the 1,300 meters is really, the 1,300 is really representative of where it's commercially viable offshore Oregon. And it's a little bit of combination. It's how far offshore it is, but then also specifically because of the way that the shelf works and the drop off that occurs off the coast of Oregon, that there are technological limitations here. Now, on the East Coast, we did put out a call asking for those deeper waters. I gotta tell you, I'm not sure we're gonna get any nominations for those places out there. But even said, you know, the environment is different on the East Coast. There isn't that shelf drop off. So there isn't that same limitation in technology. So it's a little bit different. It's hard to compare the two different coasts just because of the unique environment here offshore the West Coast, offshore Oregon. So it's a mix of how far out with also the shelf in which we don't see that there is commercially viable technology at this time. And you're so right. You know, there have been incredible advancements, and if there is an advancement in technology over time that makes that viable, we're very happy to look at it and continue to work with ocean users and the industry for offshore wind and others. But as of now, as of today, there isn't commercially viable technology that gets us there. And in fact, we believe that we're actually stretching the limitations of the technology here with how far out we've gone in many ways.
Well, I have to disagree with you. I've had 2 different meetings with this one developer, and they have many different technologies, and they're confident that they could utilize this technology out in those deeper waters. The slope is an issue, but every project that's going to go in these Oregon call areas, depending how offshore they are going to be, they're going to have the same problem. There's got to be a substation, whether the substation is going to be on the floor or whether it's going to be floating, but they're all going to have that same problem. But the anchoring system and going out to that technology, they said they can utilize. And what it does, it limits the amount of people that are able to go do that and get that lease, because there's limited people that have the technology to do that. It does give them a better chance to getting a lease, but putting it out of harm's way for our ecosystems and our natural resources is the biggest intent that I like to see.
Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. That's certainly our goal, you know, that, and in fact, that's why we're here today, to seek comment and understand how we can identify areas within these call areas that are of least impact for the ecosystem, for the environment, for ocean users. And if you're interested in providing the name of the developer that you're talking to, I'm happy to talk to them. Anything to add on that, Whitney?
Okay, we've got a question over here.
State your name.
My name is Joe Cook. My affiliation with fishery is I run a tackle shop for the last 20 years in Empire. And my question is, probably GIS, is there a service radius that's economically feasible for the project? So where is the product going or likely to go? I don't know, is there a range that the energy can be transmitted for use that we can see? How far can it go? And who's going to buy it? That's the question.
Thank you. Who can address that question? It's the range of the energy transmission, where it's going, who's buying it.
Great question, thanks. I think that I had a similar question to this yesterday, and I'll try to explain it. You know, ultimately, and I think the question is, you know, who's buying the power, where is the power going, and how is it connecting to the grid? You know, I think the simple answer, well, difficult answer is, you know, it's going to tie into the grid, and the grid is a connected system, so the power is going to feed into the grid. You know, and quite honestly, we won't know where that is going to tie in onshore until there's a project with a proposed landing site. And we won't know that until there is a state buying the power. So these projects aren't going to go anywhere unless the price is at a good price and there's a power purchase agreement that, you know, the state of Oregon is going to say, hey, we're going to buy that power. So I think, you know, those are, and that's why, you know, at this very beginning stage, you know, we don't really know the answers, but we'll know when we get that construction operation plan. And then we can see, you know, where the landing is, where it's going to tie into the grid, and we'll have a better ability to know where that power is going to go.
Really well said, Doug. The other thing I just want to emphasize, which is a little bit different of a point than Doug's, but you know, part of the way that BOEM has approached offshore wind over the last decade has really been in strong partnerships with the states. And the reason why that is because largely when it comes to offshore wind so far, it's the states that are buying the power. So ultimately, you know, for instance, our experience on the East Coast is that these states will have procurement contracts and they actually purchase the power from the developers. And so Oregon asked BOEM to establish an intergovernmental task force to look at this. And so it's obviously up to Oregon what they intend to do ultimately with their procurement. But it's been our experience so far that it's the states that are doing this, and the state of Oregon has its own ambition with respect to offshore wind. So it's a little bit of a question too of what their procurement might look like with respect to whether or not they might purchase it. California, they don't yet have a procurement structure necessarily, but they also have their own offshore wind goals. So I think it's probably safe to say that it's more than likely the procurer of the power is going to be facilitated by the states. And then I think as the process unfolds with the state of Oregon, we'll see what that structure might look like. And I hope that's okay for our Oregon partners on the phone if they want to add anything to that.
Andy stepped away for a few minutes.
Oh man, that was bad timing.
So we've got, this gentleman here has been waiting for a question.
Hi, I'm Bill Haynes and I have a fish vessel. And I fish off of the whole west coast here. And I was wondering if the fishermen are going to be compensated for this and not just one entity making money. And it's a big inconvenience. And I have, and a lot of other people have 20-mile drifts sometimes at night. We go to sleep and we drift 20 miles. We don't know where the boat's going. That's pretty much what I have to say.
Well, thanks for the really important question. So there are a couple things in the works on this issue specifically. First, Whitney did a great job earlier explaining sort of the four-pronged process. At the point where we get to that second environmental review under NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, we do a full environmental impact statement to understand what potential impacts could occur from offshore wind development. And when we do that whole analysis and understand what the specific impacts could be to the marine environment, to the commercial fishing industry, to many other sort of things that are analyzed under NEPA, I'm sure you're familiar with these things, it's very involved. What we do is if we identify an impact, then we can require mitigation from that impact. So, ultimately we would issue a decision. We would either say we're approving this project, we're disapproving this project, or we're approving it with conditions. And those conditions could potentially be mitigation, in which we would require compensation if there is a loss. So that's one vehicle in which we could pursue that. The second thing that we're doing, sorry, we've got a lot going on here, so have some patience with me. The second thing that we're doing in our experience that we've seen is that so far is that a lot of states have had a lot of interest in this issue, as they should, and they've used their own authority to impose compensatory mitigation, some sort of compensation for the fisheries. And what's happened is that has been really inconsistent and not clear about what that looks like. So we have partnered so far on the East Coast, and we'll do this out here on the West Coast when we get a little bit further down the line of the process, is we now actually will soon have out for public comment. So we'll make sure everybody gets that link, is a draft mitigation framework for the purposes of recreational and commercial fishing industries. And what that mitigation framework does is it looks at how do we avoid, then minimize, and then if necessary, compensate for losses. And so that actually lays out, and we started with the East Coast because obviously the methodology is going to be different depending on the fisheries. So it lays out the methodology for actually how you would determine what that compensation will be. So we're going to have a clear and consistent way to apply compensatory mitigation. And then third and finally, probably not finally, but third big thing in this area is that Whitney also talked about a little bit further down the line when it actually gets to a lease sale. We have what's called a proposed sale notice and a final sale notice. And what that is essentially is it's the terms of how the option works. And it's the actual terms of the lease. So we require a lot of things of the developers in the lease. For instance, we require that they work with ocean users upfront in the process so that you guys are engaged early and often, so that whatever their project looks like is based off of the concerns that they've heard. We require that. Something that we introduced for the first time for California, their proposed sale notice is out for public comment right now. And it includes a new bidding credit. And essentially what the bidding credit does is it gives credit to say and essentially incentivize that the developers come up with a community benefit agreement for those who use the lease areas, i.e. commercial fishermen or tribes or who it might be, but those who use the lease area so that there's an agreement between the developer and you all that you mutually agree to. And if they do that, which could include compensation, it could include whatever is agreed to, then they get a credit in the auction because we're trying to incentivize it. So I'll have to say we can require it in NEPA, and we have on the East Coast where there have been approved projects. We are coming up with a consistent and transparent framework for us to calculate what that looks like. And then last, we're actually incentivizing it at the point of lease sale as well, just to make sure that we truly have our bases covered here. Does that help answer the question?
A little bit, yeah.
Great.
All right, we've got a question here, and then woman in orange will be next.
Good morning, State Representative David Brock Smith. So you do have some Oregon in the room.
just for some clarification, as the drafter of House Bill 3375 and the which is the offshore wind planning bill from the state that looks at the benefits and the challenges for the proposal of 3 gigawatts by 2030. And the vice chair of the House Energy and Environment Committee, Oregon doesn't buy power, just for clarification for everyone out there. Of course, we do have some potential off-takers with PGE and Pacific Power and so forth that we might be able to provide some tax incentives for them in the future, but we don't buy power. And when it comes to working with the state, the only piece of legislation that has anything to do with this process moving forward was 3375 that I drafted. We might need potential legislation in the future so that we can work more closely together with the federal, with BOEM. But other than that, I believe it's outside of the purview of the legislature and within the governor's office and her agencies, unfortunately, which does not allow for the public process that I believe is necessary. But I do have 2 questions. One, how do we make sure that, and looking at some benefits, how do we make sure that any construction that occurs, right, for the construction and placement, deployment of these turbines happens locally here in Coos Bay with the associated jobs? And 2, my district is from here and goes to the California border. How do we make sure that the energy that is produced in the call area at Brookings, off the coast of Brookings, within the federal waters that are, if you kept Oregon's line going out, comes into the southern end of my district for the energy resiliency that is needed? Because the call areas, of course, that we see on the map don't just stop at the California-Oregon border and continue on. And so how do we make sure that the impacts of having those turbines in Oregon fishing waters, if you will, user waters, receive the benefit of the energy? Because on the coast, there is no interconnection into the California grid, electrical grid. And it is needed that if that energy in any of these call areas move forward, that energy come on. So can we, I guess to simplify, are those, or can they be part of the lease agreements? To those my questions moving forward.
Well, thanks so much, Representative. So, so first I'm going to clarify, sort of using the state procurement process as shorthand. So how that's worked in other places is the state will require that the utility purchase the power, right? But all to say that largely it's, the states have, I think, a really important role to play in the discussion. So to the question at hand with respect to how we think about economic benefits as well as the energy benefits, I'm here, of course, I'm a member of the Biden-Harris administration, and I'm appointed by them in my position here at BOEM. And I will say that when the president talks about fighting climate change, he talks about creating jobs, and those things go hand in hand. So as BOEM has really thought about offshore wind, we've really done so to think about the multiple goals that we have. So we've talked a bit about conservation. We've talked a bit about how ocean users need to thrive. We've talked about the need for clean, renewable energy. But there's another piece of this, which is how do we ensure that we're actually creating economic benefits from these new infrastructure projects? So a few things are occurring to make this a reality. One is, and I will say again, we've learned a lot about this over the years. So I'm going to use the California as an example, because eventually when it gets to the lease sale process, which is a little ways here, We're going to continue to have conversations with all of you about what that lease process should look like. But going off of California as a good sort of starting point for us is one, in that lease agreement, we're requiring that these lessee make every reasonable effort to establish project labor agreements, because we want to make sure that these are union built projects and we're creating good paying family supporting jobs. Two, I talked a little bit about the bidding credit concept for the benefit of those in the lease area to ensure that there's compensation for those folks. We also have introduced a concept of a bidding credit for the purposes of reinvesting in a domestic based supply chain. I want to see offshore wind projects that are being supported by American components coming from American factories and American manufacturing. So we've established a new incentive to try and drive that and make that happen. And by the nature of floating wind, y'all are not going to have things shipped from other parts of the country. Floating wind is happening here on the West Coast. On the East Coast, it's a fixed bottom structure. So there's a really big opportunity for us to really reestablish some industry for floating wind here on the West Coast. And we're trying to create that pipeline and drive so that there isn't a market to invest in right here. Additionally, not only does that bidding credit incentivize that investment in the United States and the United States-based supply chain, it also is a bidding credit for the purposes of workforce training, because we know also that this is a new industry and we know that there's a lot of opportunity to retrain workers so that they can participate in this clean energy transition. So those are some of the concepts that we've included in the California PSN. When we get to the point of a proposed sale notice in Oregon, happy to continue to work with you representatives as well as other folks from the state of Oregon about what that might look like so that we can really ensure that we're achieving these multiple goals here of bringing clean renewable energy to the grid, which I think we all know is really critical, as well as really harnessing those economic opportunities. With respect to energy and where it's going, I think that's actually another great place where the state of Oregon can actually play a leadership role in thinking about what the state's energy needs are to ensure that these projects are designed in a manner and coming in a manner that supports them. So I think that's actually one for ongoing discussion and perhaps a great leadership opportunity for the state of Oregon to think about as these issues move forward. Anything to add, team?
Okay, so we've got, raise your hand if you're still interested to ask questions. So I have a sense of how many we've got. So I've got 1, 2, keep up 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then we've got 4, 6, and we've got 4 people online. We were going to stop Q&A at 9:50. I think we might need to go until probably 10:15. So for those of you who signed up for public comment, I just wanted to give a time check and manage that. So that way we have enough time for all the questions and answers. Sound good? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to you.
Thank you. My name is Tracy and I'm a recreational user. My family, we go fishing and things a lot. My question, I have a couple of questions. How much data do you have from recreational users? And my other question is, you keep mentioning commercial viability and maybe everyone else knows, but what factors go into determining commercial viability? Thank you.
Who's on tap for answering that one?
Microphone challenges. All right, so I can briefly answer on the recreational fisheries. We don't have near as much as we would like. We're going to keep working towards getting more and more of that, but it is a bit of a challenge. So we're working on that, getting what we can from the state and working with other partners to get what we can, but it's a work in progress.
Donna, did you have something to add?
Yes, that's an excellent question. And we are working with our NOAA fisheries partners to get a better handle on that data. There's the database RecFin that has a lot of that information. In addition, ODFW also has information. The reason why recreational fishing has not received as much attention as commercial fishing is that generally occurs closer to shore. And from our experience in our oil and gas program, we have seen that generally the methods that recreational fishers use to catch their fish are generally not as it's like more compatible with potential offshore wind project. And so but we don't know until we get a description of a potential project. Because, it's generally hook and line and trolling and so forth. We have waited till we're going to get more information on what a project might look like. And then once that happens, we'll amp up our efforts to try to understand impact. We have seen that with offshore structures and oil and gas platforms that generally the offshore structure often enhances recreational fishing, and we see that in various regions and so forth. But if you have any other information or data that you would like us to consider, it'd be wonderful if you would give that to us at this time or anytime in the future.
Yes. Hi, I'm Ruth Barker, and I am a Charleston community member and past business, recreational business. And my question is really for you, Yelena. At the beginning, I really appreciated your comments, but my question is, and I know it was meant to be an encouragement to fisheries by your fishery statements, but how many fisheries do you have? Are they East Coast, West Coast? Also, were they involved in wind farm areas to have this comeback impact?
Thank you for the question. My fisheries, I share with a few of my counterparts from other organizations, include Oregon pink shrimp fishery. It's the state-managed fishery in Oregon by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our bottom trawl groundfish, it's a federally managed fishery, but it's my constituents in Oregon. Or to better rephrase it, vessels delivering to Oregon shore-based processors. So predominantly Oregon vessels, some vessels from Northern California, some vessels from Southern Washington. They can be, if they choose to deliver in Oregon. And the third fishery is Pacific whiting. It's also federally managed fishery on the West Coast by the Pacific Fishery Management Council and National Marine Fisheries Service, also delivering to the Oregon shore-based processors. So it's only our Oregon coastwide 3 fisheries and no East Coast, just Oregon. And what was the second part of your question? Can you
Were they
remember?
involved in wind farm areas?
By involved, you mean have they been fishing?
Were they around wind farm areas to be fisheries? Were there wind farms in your fishery area?
I don't think we have wind farms yet
That's all
here.
Okay, that's all the question I wanted to know. So I appreciate that.
But the East Coast fisheries, other fisheries across the country, they have some of them in certain states, just not here yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, got a question over here.
Hi, I'm Tim Devotney with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. I'm going to ask Director Lefton to talk.
Oh, do you want to wait?
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, I know there was actually, Commissioner, let me hold on. Let me get this guy over here and I'll come back and get you. And then you had a question too?
As it turns out, I'm a retired fisherman, so maybe my life won't be at risk drifting at sea as I did throughout my fishing life, which is about 30 years of it. But as an onshore deliverer and user of power, how much am I going to have to pay for something that I'm sure you could build 20 wind turbines inshore for every one that you put offshore? Where is the payoff? Is it all going to come out of my pocket? I know I've got to pay for whatever's put out there in the end because I'm the user. I don't see how in the world you can put stuff that far offshore and service it at a cost of profit to me, where I would be getting lower cost energy when inshore or even in the middle of our bay, you could put mini turbines for the cost of a single one that far offshore. It just, and has went offshore, 20 miles offshore proven cost effective anywhere in the world yet? That's my question. Is it a profitable venture?
Thank you for that. Go
Thanks for
ahead,
that
Ted.
question. I'll take this one. I'll say that is a fair question. I think it goes to, our previous discussion about, the procurement and utilities is, I can say that the offshore wind resource is better offshore, generally speaking. And so, you have more renewable resource, more opportunity to provide to the grid. But at the end of the day, the utilities are going to have to procure that, and it's going to have to be at a price point that the utilities are going to think that's something that they can afford that. So if these projects if they come in too expensive and, the utility's not going to purchase it, and it's not going to be something for the ratepayers, then the projects won't go forward. And that leads into, ultimately, the utilities are going to have to buy the power for these projects to move forward. And it's going to have to come in the price point that the utilities are going to do that.
All right, thanks for that question. Director Lefton's back, so you're on.
That's all right. Thought you could escape. But you're-
it was a question to Yelena, so I was like, now's the time.
She sat down and said, "You're next," and then you got up and left, and I'm like, man. Tim Novotny, Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. So, and it could be anyone, but I thought since I had you here, so it goes back a little bit to what Carrie had kind of brought up. The glass half full part of me says that this does not have to be an all or nothing win or loss proposition. And yet by putting a limit at 1,300 meters, when, again, going back a couple hundred meetings, years ago, we started saying, just set the limit at 1,300 meters and, we're in good shape. And then the call area comes in at 1,300 meters. And again, going forward, I mean, as you're looking at it, you're going to hear comment after comment that these areas are brutal for the fishing industry, potentially devastating for the fishing industry. And this will go into public comment, but it could cause a domino effect. If the proposition goes out, and we heard you comment about the technology, which I think, will do nothing but advance over the next 5, 7, 10 years. So what are the options? And that's where the question comes to you. So what are the options then? Because I refuse to believe that there are no options, because this was a man-made call area. So what are there available to us? I thought I heard something yesterday where we could let the call area go or lapse as an option. And I could, correct me if I'm wrong here, but is there that possibility that you just say, we're not doing anything, we've looked at we've heard all the testimony, this is just bad for the state, it's bad for the country, jobs wise. You say, eventually maybe there's an EIS done, an environmental impact statement done, and you weigh the jobs coming in for renewable energy versus the jobs going out in the fishing industry. And you say, this is a wash, this doesn't make any sense for here, but we can make it work outside 1,300. So is there the possibility that you just say, this call area doesn't work, let's redraw a call area outside 1,300 and start over? Is it, what's the opportunity there? Is there one?
Thanks, Tim, for the question. I also am a glass half full person, and I believe that we can certainly find a path with continued conversation and with good data and information to really help drive this process forward. So appreciate that perspective from you, and it's one I share. So, listen, right now where we are is we are asking for information on these call areas. They're very big areas that we intend to narrow pretty significantly.
So I believe that we can find areas within these call areas that are gonna be as least impact as we can to the many ocean users that are out there. And so we're asking for information. We've got multiple ways to comment in writing here today, but importantly on a map too, because I think what we're really looking to see is, we hear you all say that this could be really challenging. I think we want to know with more specificity where are the challenges, so that we can really then help decide. So if we go through this whole comment period and we see a big giant red blob, then that's something we need to take into consideration. But really, truly, the purpose of is how can we really get enough specificity, the data, the information for you? The more you can give us and show us and say, there, that's a problem. Or here, that's less of a problem in these call areas, that really helps. But where we are now is we're looking in the context of these call areas with the intention to get pretty narrow, right? Because we're not talking about developing this whole area of Boise, not close to that. It's about how can we identify as much information as possible so that we can narrow this so we can find that right path forward. Should technology change over time? We're going to change too. But where we are today, we know that these are the bounds. So we're looking within these call areas. The more conversation and the more information we can get from you all, the more we can focus this in the right place to get to that shared outcome. Anything to add, team?
I
Have to kind of wait for a second, let it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a comment to Amanda on that. So part of the, not all fisheries, but some my fisheries, 2 of the 3, one of the reasons for our effective sustainability practices is it's not only knowing where to fish and where the most fish or other species are in a given time of the year, it's also knowing where those species that you don't want to encounter, even if there is a lot of desired species there. And one of the examples is quite remarkable in the whiting fishery, the bycatch avoidance for salmon. When there is one vessel encounters salmon, Chinook salmon, very protected, we do not want to encounter it, and we're doing really good. The vessel encountered salmon would right away communicate with other vessels in the vicinity and making sure they're aware. And the effort moves out. Even though the school of whiting might be there, but they will move out. So that's one of the reasons, I suppose, why you want to minimize potential conflict in the traffic and where fishing operations occur. Looking at the heat map, it's not representative. I don't know what does this information means to you guys, Frank? When you look at the charts with the hotspots, what does that really mean? Does that say that there is the most fishing opportunity there? Is there most fish there? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that. And back to earlier point or question Michael Kanevsky made about the whiting, and the data does not show that substantial amount of whiting effort happens in the southern areas, including in and around coal areas. I believe Dan Waldeck mentioned that especially in the more recent years, that's been going on. My office is in Brookings. I live in Brookings. I can see the jetty. And for the at least last 2 years, at the beginning of the season, the entire whiting fishery was concentrated outside of Brookings, not just our sector. And I don't know whether it's happening every year for who knows how many years back, or is it because there is the seasonal patterns or the year-over-year patterns, and the fleet follows where whiting goes or shrimp goes or crab goes or anything else. So they will follow, they will find it in the legally allowed areas. I guess that's the challenge I have with being requested or asked to provide data, where's red, where's green? Well, what if we don't know, number one, where it will be hotspot red for us next year? That's one. Number two, we don't know the impacts yet, the full extent of impacts from what the offshore wind farm will mean. So that also needs to be considered. We can't provide you the best information you would like us to provide because we don't have information based on which we need to provide the data. We have more questions than there is answers. So to minimize potential impact, you would want to take it as far away from the historic fishing grounds as possible. That's just a start. While I have a microphone, I can wait for I can get in a queue. Why don't I do that?
You want to get, that was good self-monitoring, Yelena, good job. So we've got this gentleman, Commissioner Main, and this gentleman behind me. And then we've got what? We've got, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 6 people online. So we'll do a time check. And when we should get started with public comment, probably not later than 10:30. I think we've got about 12 people signed up. So I want to make sure we preserve time for that. So let's see how we can get through these questions.
Yeah, my name is Richard Shore. I'm a owner operator of Lady Kathy's, and I was wondering what kind of impact of marine life. And since you guys, seems like you're picking the information you guys are wanting to show, and if you use other information, it would pretty much blur out the whole area right there. And why don't you guys go and find an undeveloped steep ridge on the coast here and then put your wind generators on it?
Specific studies.
Donna?
Can't hear.
She couldn't hear.
Oh, Donna, could you?
I was just typing that I couldn't hear the question. If you could repeat it.
Okay, the first question was, have you guys done any studies on the impacts of the marine life from your submarine cables?
I still, if someone could repeat it for me again, I still can't hear.
Donna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So the question is, can you give us, the question is, have we done any studies on the impacts of offshore wind to marine life? Can you give us just a rundown of what we have in the works and what studies we've done?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. And I would like to, we'd be happy to answer any questions. We are, done a lot of studies, and a good source to see all of our information is actually on our website. And we also have these brochures. And just to explain the process of how we do that, we first look at all the potential impacts that we might have from a project, which might occur from the actual infrastructure or potential changes to patterns in marine vessels and so forth. And so in particular for marine life, we have like a few broad areas. One of them is that we've done extensive work on seabird, the distribution analysis, and how we can minimize impacts to them, and different aspects of monitoring. The second group is marine mammals, and we've done a lot of work on distribution abundance of that, and especially where I have some ongoing studies on the potential entanglement risk from offshore infrastructure, and also a variety of noise impact studies that are ongoing. Then, of course, we have a bunch of studies ongoing looking at the distribution and abundance of fish populations and habitat. We've done an exceptional amount of seafloor mapping, and we'll continue to do that in the future. We've also done some work on modeling of potential noise back and electromagnetic fields, EMF, on marine life. And so that's an overview of the different studies that we've done. Again, I'd like to refer to you to our website that has a bunch of different summaries on the variety of studies that we've done.
We'll take the second question. You wanna go, Whitney?
So if I can summarize, I think the second question was why not move offshore wind development past and develop on this, I think I heard the slope.
On land.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so on to onshore. So I think, I think that's it's a good question, and it's not the first one. I think this is, where the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and the work that we do is providing access to the Outer Continental Shelf, the OCS, for mineral and energy resources. So it's just that question is just outside of BOEM. But I think there is and I know we have Representative Dave Brock-Smith and trying to understand, with HB 3375, the opportunities and challenges of offshore wind, and the work that the Oregon Department of Energy has done to sort of summarize the findings in terms of the need for energy for the state, the need for renewables, and so on, provides an opportunity to include offshore wind energy to that mix. But I don't think I can comment to onshore wind or solar as a part of what the energy future is for Oregon.
All right, why don't we take, we've got, what, 4 more questions in the room, 5 more, and then we need to get to the questions online. So, I wanted to just let people who are waiting online know we haven't lost you.
Maybe Coos County Commissioner, to answer the gentleman's question a little bit on shore, there were 2 projects, one which is part of Bandon Dunes Golf Resort Dam, that was instituted by Pacific Power. The power generation was too inconsistent. They didn't have consistent wind. It was either too much or too little. Also, the county participated in an experiment on our county forest lands between Bandon and Charleston, and there were anemometers on large towers on the ridge line overlooking the ocean. And that again wind was too inconsistent, either too much or too little. And I don't understand how, if you go 13 miles out from there, or roughly 14 miles, or onshore, how the wind's going to be any different. But anyway, other question. And this lady here was talking about how come the local fishermen weren't consulted. And if I remember right, the answer was, we're just getting started in the public input, etc. Well, if I understand it, maybe it can be cleared up for me. The last day for public comment is the 28th or 11 days from now. So how's that just starting?
I'm gonna start and then kick it to you, Whitney or Doug. So I should say that today or yesterday is not our first time talking to any ocean user or stakeholder throughout this process. There have been many ongoing conversations. I was speaking to the fact that the call process is the start of the process, but the engagement has been ongoing. And in fact, BOEM has been working with many stakeholders. And one such example actually is we heard loud and clear from some representatives of the commercial industry that the Bandon call area was not something that we should pursue, and then we didn't. So you could see that actually was not included because we actually heard that direct feedback from the commercial fishing industry, and so we changed course. And so I think that's representative of the fact that there have been ongoing conversations. And listen, even though the public comment period ends in a week, we expect that we'll have many more conversations to come. We expect that as we get to the point of narrowing these areas further, we're going to come back and talk again about what those might look like and get further feedback and conversation. And as this process moves forward, I expect that we'll have plenty more discussions and plenty more opportunities to have open and honest dialogue. So I don't want to see next week as sort of an end of the line, because I think it's really just, in many ways, we're in the beginning of the process, not in the beginning of the conversation, and that it will be ongoing over the course of this entire process. But team that has more specificity on the engagement, you want to speak more to it?
Yeah, and I'm just going to kick it over to Whitney actually to, just to amplify what Amanda said is, this is the beginning of the call, which is the beginning of the formal process. And I'll just ask Whitney to provide a little bit of background on, when we actually started and how we developed that plan. And, just a little more clarification from the presentation that you had started back in 2019.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. So what we did in terms of this plan to outline how we would do data gathering and engagement is trying to outline the different user groups or local officials or entities that could be interested in hearing about this offshore wind energy planning process. And that's what we've been doing since 2020. So for example, Commissioner Maine to be able to speak with you, to present at the Coos County Board of Commissioner meetings. We presented at many of the Board of Commissioner meetings to try to make sure that the public was informed that this process was coming. I think for those in with the fishing community, I understand is, the fishermen are busy and they're out on the water. It's hard. This is hard work. And, this approach was taken in terms of, working with our state and regional partners first and working with, for example, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council and trying to make sure that the information was being shared in that way. And then for sort of the state level, I mean, certainly Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is a partner and hugely helpful with the data, but we leaned on the State Seafood Commodity Commission. So I'm really thankful to Oregon Trawl Commission to having us today, but this is not our first commission with the Oregon Trawl Commission. And I'm looking over to you, Tim. We've had several conversations with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission and have been trying to coordinate and with albacore and salmon as well. And then also meeting in terms of some of the more, I don't want to say county group, but for example, the fishermen involved in natural energy out of Newport had a number of dialogue with Source, but still need to be able to meet with their constituents and trying to meet out of Tillamook with the group FACT. Don't put me on the spot for that acronym, but it'll come as soon as I stop speaking, I'm sure. So yeah, there's, we're trying to get the information out, information on our website, and anybody who emails me then gets on their list. And, anytime we have to have an event. So, this work is then sent out to about 1,500 people. Not all of that is certainly the fishing community. The other example that I want to mention is that the Pacific Fishery Management Council has been great in terms of trying to certainly inform our decisions, but also, we've been presenting and communicating, and those meetings are available to the public. And immediately after our task force meeting in February, we then met with the ad hoc Marine Planning Committee to talk about these proposed areas, and took the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife list of commercial permits, and then sent out 2,000 postcards that we were going to have these meetings. And this is talking about offshore wind, offshore Oregon. So this has been my job for the last 3 years. We're trying, and if there are those that are not aware that this is here, please let me know. These groups, we're really trying to make sure that our outreach is thorough.
I guess, just thinking about what's been said, excuse me, Bob May, Coos County Commission. Just thinking about what's said, getting the word out. I got a call Monday night, I got a call last night about this meeting that I didn't know anything about. I go, what meeting? So it was kind of a shock to me that we were having this meeting. Thank you all for being here, but what meeting is going on? Where is it? And this gentleman here sent me an email with the data for the information. There's going to be at the Mill Casino at 8 o'clock in the morning, etc. I didn't know anything about it. So maybe that's why there's not a whole lot of people here.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're here, and this is not a BOEM public meeting. We've been working with Oregon Trawl Commission and sort of relied on, this is sort of focused to the fishing sector, and and relied on, sorry, Yelena, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but to try to make sure that, yeah, to inform and distribute through those networks, that this wasn't a BOEM meeting, so
Yeah,
apologies for that
I didn't even
confusion.
realize it wasn't a BOEM meeting till now.
May I? Yeah, go ahead, Yelena.
Thank you, Bob, for the question and comment. I appreciate it. It is noticed under Oregon Trawl Commission, and I shared it with my industry list, shared it with partners from other sectors, and thank you, Tim and Nancy Fitzpatrick from Albacore Salmon Commission for sharing it. We also put the notices up on radio stations, including, from what I understand, a couple locally, but that's not the point. The point is, my takeaway from a listening session that we had, community listening session in Brookings at the end of May, that was very well attended by many local residents, far more just residents than fishing members. And the takeaway for me was people had no idea for what is happening, period. Forget about the meetings. They have no idea that what's proposed. Some of them don't even understand what does that really mean. So I don't know whose responsibility that is. I work for the trawl commercial fishermen, and I guess it's shame on me for saying that, but I don't think, I do my best to educate my fellow community members, but I don't think it's my job to, I'm not paid for educating my community members. I work for my fishing fleet. So, but the point is, how come we are here with very few people in the room? Thank you, by the way, whoever showed up. But I bet if we start asking our neighbors and friends and others, do they know? Do they know what's offshore wind? Whose responsibility that is or should be?
I've been having conversations with local communities in county. They had no idea this was even going on.
So thank you so much, everybody, for the comments. And I want to actually just take a moment and acknowledge the BOEM team that's done a really exceptional job. Whitney's really, really great leadership in leading this process for a long time, because there have been a lot of conversations that have happened over many years. And we really, as part of the call process, it is kicking off the public part of this process. So when we put out this call for information and nominations, we're asking the public, and this is the first time we put something out for public comment, really about this process. So I expect over the course of the next several years, as this process continues to unfold, there will be many, many public meetings, many conversations that will occur. The purpose of this meeting today was really specifically around fishing, and really specifically working with Yelena and her group around who the Trawling Commission felt like they wanted to invite to a meeting to ensure we're making ourselves available through the Trawling Commission's membership. So that's meant to be who's represented today, and I think that Yelena did a good job in making that happen. And it's BOEM's responsibility to work with the public more broadly, and it's something we'll continue to do and really move forward with robustly as this process moves forward. Again, we've been meeting with the state, we've been meeting with the tribes, you've been a part of the intergovernmental task force, all of which are open to the public. And we will continue to have really robust conversations and continue with public outreach, because again, this is our first comment period. I'm sure there are many more to come, and we really welcome folks' feedback on particular groups or communities or other folks that we should be working with, because I know that the team is really committed and doing a really terrific job of seeking to have that engagement as this process moves forward. So we appreciate the feedback, and I'm going to encourage you all to maybe just email us with some ideas that you have if you think that there are important groups for us to talk to. I'd be glad to.
So on topic, Director and Doug, just following up, you guys had 3 other meetings that you recently had to postpone that were more public online meetings. Can you just address when those might be rescheduled and why they had to be
that the fishing mitigation?
Yes.
Oh, okay, the fishing mitigation meetings, those will be rescheduled in a couple weeks. So that's earlier I talked about, the guidance that BOEM is working with our partners, including NOAA NIMS, on developing for a mitigation framework for the commercial fishing industry. And we had some technical issues, so we're going to reschedule those in the coming weeks. I expect we'll have them back scheduled within the next couple of weeks, and we'll circle back and make sure you're very aware of those for sure. Thanks for the question.
Hey, hang on a minute. You're talking about people being informed.
There's 36 people online. They need to
Yeah,
speak in.
however, you were talking about the BOEM folks, of which I'm one of them, being informed about what's going on. It was news to me when I read in the newspaper about the call areas, the three of them to begin with, and on our local media. So I thought it was just me missing one of the meetings or missing one of my emails or something like that. But when I was on an OCZMA meeting with Commissioner Jacobson from Lincoln and Commissioner Yamamoto from Tillamook, they too didn't know anything about that. And they were also surprised. So I thought it was just me, but apparently we didn't get the word that they were going to announce the call areas even. Thanks.
Really appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
So Yelena, I want to do a time check with you. So it's about 20 after 10, and we've got 6 people online that have questions as well. And we've got 12 people that have signed up to do public comment. And we've got several people with additional questions. So I had suggested earlier that we stop Q&A at 10:30, but we've got a number of people. So I want to ask you, how much more time do you think we should take for public comment or public questions?
How many people do we have online who have hand raised?
We've got 6 people online that want to ask questions, and we've got about 3 people in the room for questions.
Let's go with finishing up the questions, considering we have fairly smaller number of commenters for the formal public comment.
Yeah, we've got 11 people signed up in the room for public
Let's
comment.
maybe just try and say briefer on the questions and answers to the point.
Can I make a recommendation if you're into it? If someone hasn't had a question yet, can we give them preference if they haven't had the chance to ask one? Because I'm just mindful that nobody on the phone has gotten a chance yet, and I think there are a couple of people in the room that haven't gotten a chance.
Yeah, this
Give them
gentleman is
preference.
one of them. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Dan McKinley, just a Coos County resident, and my thought is manufacturing and of these. You know, I know the concern here is about the ocean. What about the concern on land? How many acres is going to take to build these? Coos Bay is the only deep water port between here, San Francisco, Seattle. So are they going to be built in Seattle? Seattle, San Francisco, or here in Coos Bay? And will the ones for Brookings be brought out of those ports?
That's a great question, and one we don't really know the answer yet too. So there isn't.
I knew that would be the answer. No one even thought about this.
Well, I think there is a lot of.
What's the impact on the community, on all the people it's going to take to manufacture these things? It's going to be a big impact on this community. What is the impact on it? The roads. These roads suck around here. You start bringing thousands of people into this area. I don't even think that's a rhetorical answer to that.
So question about infrastructure and local impacts.
Sure. So what I wanted to mention is that if this is a new industry for the West Coast, and that's part of this answer, but specific to Coos Bay, I just wanted to share that BOEM has funded a study with Mofat and Nickel to try to understand what type, this is specific to the port, but if there is a, floating offshore wind to come offshore Oregon and the port of Coos Bay would be used, what would be the upgrades that would be required to support an offshore wind industry and what those sort of a rough cost estimate to what would be needed. So in that case, it's identifying those areas.
On that.
One quick follow-up.
Okay, anything that comes in and out of the port is done with longshoremen. Have you talked with longshoremen about the impact of what it's going to take to move stuff from
from port and out?
So connecting with longshoremen.
I have not connected with longshoremen.
That you're gonna have to deal with them, because anything that goes out of the port, they have to.
So I just want to clarify that it's for BOEM, it's providing access to the OCS for energy development, but it would be the responsibility of the lessee in terms of that development.
And I think importantly too, part of, you're asking really terrific questions. And so generally when it's at the point when there is actually a proposed project that a lot of these things come to light. So that's, frankly, many
Well, you
years
think
from
you
now.
Think about these things at the same time.
You're absolutely right. So that's why, as Whitney mentioned, BOEM is funding a study. We're having lots of conversations with folks. I think there are ports up and down the West Coast that are really interested in this and thinking about what infrastructure upgrades would be necessary in order to harness this opportunity. So there are a lot of ongoing conversations about sort of what that looks like and what the infrastructure might need to be. And, with respect to what port's going to specifically be used, then that's a question of with respect to servicing what project, right? So that comes further down the line. So both things are true. We need to think about it now, and there are really good questions in trying to answer that now. And the specificity also comes a little bit later down the line. So it's doing that parallel path, just as you're suggesting, sir.
Thank you. Yelena?
I suggest we take some people from online. They've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, this is our last question in the room. This man's been waiting quite a while, and then we'll move to our folks online.
Thank you. My name is Craig Young. I'm a professor of biology at the University of Oregon, and I direct the University of Oregon's Marine Laboratory at Oregon Institute of Marine Biology here in Charleston. And I'm a deep sea biologist, and I work on offshore and subtidal areas. Yes, my concern, not my concern, but my question has to do with exactly how environmental impact work is done for these kinds of projects. I have been involved with BOEM in the past in Gulf of Mexico, deep sea corals and chemosynthetic ecosystems, and 20 years ago, sort of thing. Up here, there's been very, very little work done on community ecology at all. I've heard folks mention and something on the slide about whales and turtles, which are not very relevant, and birds and so on. But the seafloor communities here, including in the areas where these places are, have not been looked at, with the exception of knowing what the fisheries are like. The communities that actually support the fisheries and the rest of the communities really need some work. And so if the environmental impact studies are going to focus on things that the public knows about, like whales and birds, and ignore the things that are actually at the base of these food webs that support the fisheries, I think that needs to be thought about very, very carefully.
Thank you. I don't know that is there a response to that?
I would like to, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead with quick reply.
Yeah, quick reply. Yes, this is a very good, important information. As I mentioned before, we're doing a lot of seafloor mapping studies, which will kind of document baseline status of it. And you're right, there's some very interesting habitats on the deep shelf and slope offshore Oregon, and in particular, a lot of the methane seep communities, which we're in the process of investigating. I would encourage you to, we have certain times of the year where we solicit the public for research ideas. And if you have any specific comments on that, that would be great if you would submit them to BOEM, and we'll look into it.
Thanks, Donna. So we're going to go ahead and move to some folks online. And the first person we have online is Heather Mann. So Heather, go ahead and unmute yourself and put yourself on video if you'd like, and ask your question of our team.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, everyone. My name's Heather Mann. I'm with the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Respectfully, it's really difficult to reconcile your comments about the start of the formal process versus your comments in the press release announcing the call areas, where you said that those were the result of, quote, robust engagement with stakeholders. We provided the same information about Bandon as we did about the other areas, but it seems there was something magic about the Bandon comments that caused you to drop it, but we can't seem to figure out what that is. I have two questions. One's on data and one is on the process. So for the data question, in terms of the trawl fleet, for groundfish and whiting, we're 100% observed. And Amanda, you brought up NIMS and your partnership with NIMS in terms of providing data, but NIMS has data on these fisheries through today even. So why are you asking the public to provide federal and state data that you should already have? And why are you only incorporating data through 2017 primarily, and then in other cases through 2019? Why is it our job to provide that data when NIMS has that data? That's my first question, and then I have one more.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Great, thanks, Heather. And Frank can probably correct me if I'm too far off base. And I just wanted to let you know that Amanda had left, but she's back now. So, as far as the data, you're right, Heather. And as Amanda did mention, we are in partnership with NOAA and NIMS, and we do know that they have the data, and we are working with them, and Frank works with them, dare I say, quite often to make sure that we get the most up-to-date data. When we are in the process of doing that. And I think what we're looking for is, we're definitely not reaching out to the fishing community to say, can you provide us NIMS data? That's definitely our responsibility. It's that data, and it's making sure that if there's any other data sets that may be out there that would help inform our decision, that's really what we're looking for. We're in partnership with the state of Oregon. We're in partnership with our, federal partners, NOAA and NIMS, and we can collect that data. So it's any other data outside of that. And I think it's very useful for us to know, if there's not, then we can make sure that we get the latest and greatest data from our partners. But like I said, we're really just trying to reach out if there's another set or another, maybe that data is not completely accurate. That's what we're looking for, is the feedback from the fishing community to make sure that, when we are making our decisions in the future, that we have the best and most up-to-date data that we can to make those decisions.
Thanks, Doug. Heather, did you have a?
Yeah, I have a follow-up. So that is completely, that's not an adequate answer, Doug. You should already have this data. So why are you coming to us with inadequate data sets? But my second question is around the process. And HB 3375 is going to be, the study results are going to come to the legislature in September. At that time, based on what we've seen so far in the report, I think there's a good chance that the governor of Oregon, that legislators, and we know so far a major component of the public and coastal municipalities are going to ask BOEM to put the brakes on and do this slowly versus the current process we're on. And I asked this question in Coos Bay. I asked Whitney that if the state of Oregon said that they wanted to slow this process down and not move forward in this blind rush, would BOEM consider that? And the answer was we would have to reevaluate. So my question to you, Amanda, because you always say, and everybody says it's the state that wants this, if when the state finds the results of the reporting to be that the challenges and risks to the ecosystem, the communities, the fishermen are too great, and they want to put the brakes on, will you comply with that?
Well, thanks, Heather. First, I want to go back to your first question and just add on another piece, which is what BOEM is doing is we've worked really closely with NOAA and NIMS, with the state of Oregon, with all the data sets that are out there, all the available data to come with where we are today. I think what we're also saying is we use the best available science, traditional knowledge, data out there to help inform our decision. And that does not displace knowledge that the commercial fishing industry has. Y'all are out on the water, right? So we have data, we have things on a map, we've got information, we've got spreadsheets, we've got really handy tools and cool maps that Frank puts together. And nobody knows the ocean like the ocean users and the people that are out there fishing every day. So we're coming to you saying, here's the data we've got. here's the information we've got for everything that's out there. And we still want to have these conversations and these consultations with you all because we know that you experience the ocean in a unique way, in an important way as this industry. So, you know, I just want to make that really clear, Heather, that that's really our intention. And then with respect to
that's true. There's 5 years of data that's missing. The last 5 years of data is not there. So how can you say that?
So, you know, Heather, we're really glad to look at that because the other question is, do we have this right? Do we have all the right data? What are we missing? So you're saying to us that we're missing data. We're so happy to look at that. And we really appreciate the comments and the feedback. And before I answer your second question, I just see Frank turning on the mic. So I just want to see if he wants to say something else. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, just in the VMS data, we're actively in the process of getting data up through 2021. And that we will have soon. I cannot give you an exact date, but we are working with our partners, you know, with a team with NIMS and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and we will have it soon.
All right, so thank you so much, Frank, and Heather, thanks so much for the comment. We're on it and appreciate it. And then with respect to the process question, you know, BOEM has laid out a process in which we are really looking to be thorough with our engagement, ensuring that we have the right information to be thorough, work closely with our state, tribal, and other partners throughout this process as this unfolds. So we're going to continue to do that. And if there are questions or information or, you know, or folks come to us with specific requests, we're always going to be happy to entertain that and have conversation about it. So, you know, we'll continue the discussion and really looking forward to any information or requests or questions that we have coming in and continuing the conversation as that unfolds. Really appreciate it, Heather. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Yeah, Jamie, I just have to say, I think the reason you don't have as many people in the room as you should is because of these continuous answers that are non-answers. I asked you a question that if the state of Oregon wants to put a pause, will you consider that? And instead, Amanda, you just pivot to talking points that you keep saying over and over. And it's as if your team has not talked to each other since yesterday's meeting and the things that came up. So this is not transparent. This is not genuine engagement. And I'll just leave it there. But I hope you understand that just providing these talking points over and over again, that is not, it's not making us feel trustful of the process. Sorry, Jamie, for going out of line. I'll be quiet now.
I don't have talking points. I don't have a set of notes in front of me. I think we're all trying to answer questions as honestly and openly as we can. And so, listen, I appreciate it, but I think I was pretty direct with you. We're going to consider everything that comes in. That's our job. I don't know what the request is yet. When I see it, it will absolutely be something that we consider, but we've got to see it in order to understand what we're working with. So just respectfully, Heather, we're trying to answer every question as openly and honestly as we can, and we're going to continue to do that. So thanks. Let's move to the next question.
Okay, thanks, Heather. The next one up is Clay. Clay, go ahead and introduce yourself and remind us who you're with.
Sure, yes. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Clayton Wraith. I'm a commercial fisherman. I've been part of the industry since I was a child. And I appreciate the time you guys are spending here to speak with us about this. My question is in regards, almost a follow-up to some of the discussion that's been going on. I know that personally, my family and friends that are in the fishing industry have been aware in some cases, but not to the extent which I feel would be informing them enough to make decisions going forward, or at least even give public comment. So when considering the realities that y'all are discussing as far as getting information from the shareholders, from the people that are impacted, from the people that are going to be speaking to this, gathering more information to try to get a better picture of what y'all are trying to do, what's the most beneficial tactic for a person that doesn't have the experience with this type of meeting, with this type of process? The federal process of requesting comments is pretty easily laid out. It says specifically what to provide and do a map. You showed us how to do the map. Great. So if 50, 30, 10, 20 fishermen all do that, is that going to make a difference here? Is that actually going to be worth their time? Because right now they're preparing for various fishing seasons. They're busy fixing their boats. They're doing things that are structurally important to their daily lives. And so if I'm going to try to encourage them to do that in order to make their thoughts and additional information available to y'all, is that worth it? Is that going to make a difference? Are there off ramps down the road, since it's the beginning of the process, that will take into account all of those testimonies and those specific data points that you're asking for as far as where in the maps they would like to go fishing? And I'll just briefly follow up with that by saying, and it's already been mentioned, fishing is variable. They're all over it, and they're looking to track these migratory species and Dungeness crabs on the bottom of the ocean. It's difficult to say where specifically they would mark it. So presumably you want them to mark, and this is my specific question, you want them to mark on the map anywhere that would potentially be impacted by these call areas for their fishing specifically.
Thank you, Clay. Is there a response?
Thanks, Clay. That's a great question. I just wanted to say, that's what we're looking for. If you have constituents or have family members who want to provide that data and information, that's exactly what we're out there trying to achieve. I did want to just say one thing is, at BOEM, we are trying to be transparent. We are trying to do and collect the data and information and make the best decisions possible. Part of that is, when we see the data and information, we owe an answer that and we need to show our work as to how we came up with wind energy areas, how we took the comments into consideration. We do not want it to be a black box. We don't want it perceived to be that way. At the end of the day, we're going to have wind energy areas. There are going to be a lot of things that we're going to have to take into consideration, and we should have answers for everything that we took into consideration, things we didn't take into consideration, and just essentially show our work and have the logic behind how we came up with the wind energy areas. We owe that to everyone because that's, ultimately we're asking for this. We take it seriously, and we want to, at the end of the day, when we make a decision, it may not be a decision that everyone likes, but everyone should have the opportunity to understand how we came up with those decisions. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Next up is Mike Conroy.
Yeah, confirming you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you and see you.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Yeah, my name is Mike Conroy. I'm calling on behalf of the American Albacore Fishing Association. A comment and a question, and I hadn't planned on a comment, but I appreciate Donna offering the opinion that rec fisheries typically take place closer to shore, but just a reminder that lacks context. While it may be true that more effort generally takes place nearer to shore, it doesn't take into account how different fisheries operate. For example, the recreational albacore fishery, which is important to Coos Bay and other ports in central southern Oregon, takes place offshore. And then my question, and I asked this during public comment yesterday, given the close proximity of the Brookings call area to the Humboldt wind energy area, at what stage will BOEM consider and or analyze the cumulative impacts to the fishing industry and independent fishing communities? Especially because, specifically for those two locations, and then generally for all planned development off the US West Coast, assuming additional call areas off California and further action on the unsolicited lease request off Washington. Thanks.
Don, are you still on to, maybe go into a little more detail on the deep aspects and the cumulative impacts when we'll be looking at those?
Yes, so thanks, Mike. It's always good to hear your excellent questions on the process. And so there's multiple ones that you asked. And so first one that I remember hearing is about when do you do impact analysis and on different fishing effects. And if you refer to one of the slides that Winnie presented earlier, about the flow chart of when we do an impact analysis, and we do one specifically a formal analysis every time a federal action is determined. So that would be anytime a decision is made, either on, like, say, identifying a lease area or evaluating construction operation plans, evaluating potential impacts from site assessment activities. But we do ongoing assessment throughout our process. And we do scientific studies that publish information and have outreach meetings and so forth where we present that information. I would refer to, we have an online review of some of the overview of the potential impacts on our website at this time. And I think you've seen that before. And so that's what I remember. The first question, could you remind me what the other aspects of your question was?
Yeah, no, I just had one, and that was given the close proximity to from the Brookings Call area to the Humboldt wind energy area, and kind of knowing that BOEM shies away from doing a cumulative impacts analysis until the COP phase. Is that something that would be revisited given the close proximity of those two locations and the serious impacts to not only the fishing industry, but the dependent communities, given that those two areas are less than 50 miles away from each other?
Yes, that's good. And I'll just address, I missed that cumulative impacts aspect of your question. But yes, we are actually have an ongoing, it's almost finished, project when we're looking at the cumulative fisheries closure by gear type across the whole coast, right? Not just from potential offshore energy projects, but anything from essential fish habitat to other closures that we might have for if there was anything for offshore aquaculture and so forth. And so that would be the primary cumulative impact analyses that we're doing right now. But at these formal NEPA times, we also always, and we're required by law to do a cumulative impact analysis. So yes, we have done that. I do want to add one more thing, a comment on the recreational fishing. You're correct that, you know, especially something like an albacore recreational fishing, which is important off Oregon, does occur farther offshore than say the groundfish. But as I mentioned before, it may be like our initial determination is that there is potential compatibility with an offshore wind project and recreational fishing. In particular, we've done some studies on looking at the potential also a fish aggregating device or FAD effect of potential offshore structures. And I can talk to you later about that if you'd like.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I appreciate it. And I'm encouraged to know that there is another study underway to look at those cumulative impacts. It would have been nice to have had those before the lease sales in California, but bygones. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. We've got 3 more folks online with questions. And then Yelena and I put our heads together and suggest that we finish the 3 folks that are online, that we take a short break, and then we come back and do the formal public comment. And at the end of the formal public comment, if people still have outstanding questions, we're glad to stay and have further conversation, just to make so that we can get to the formal public comment. So, okay.
And I do just want to note in fairness that unfortunately I need to break away just minutes before noon, as does Doug, but the rest of the team will stay for as long as necessary as it continues. Just so you all know, but fortunately we'll be in public comment phase, so I can read all of them too, since they're all being recorded. But please go ahead.
Yelena?
I have a revision to my suggestion. I propose, can people online hear me? Or
No, not without a mic. Yelena has a revision to her suggestion.
Okay.
There you go.
Can we hear me now?
Yeah.
I'd like to suggest in that case, with the information that Amanda just provided, that Doug and her will have to jump off at right before noon break. Let's take people's questions online and let's just commit to a certain timeline for in the room questions and answers. And if possible, can I make a recommendation to you guys? So for the questions that can be answered by one person, the best contact to answer the question, I suggest we go that rather than an entire team tries it. Sure. Thank you.
So Yelena, just so I understand, you're saying finish all the question and answers while we have Amanda and Doug here and then move to the formal public comment?
How many people do we have in the room with questions? 1, 2, 3.
Comments or questions?
Questions.
Questions.
So two. We have only two
And
and we
we-
have 3 people online. I think we should be fine.
Okay, so we'll continue with the question and answer.
Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the next step online is Kelly. Yep, there you are. Hi, Kelly.
Muted.
Can you hear me? Thank you
Yep.
for taking my call today. I wanted to bring, you guys talked earlier about the dropping the abandoned call area. And I was just wondering if there is any way that you can speak to that, what criterias and parameters that you use to drop that call area. You mentioned that someone asked, I mean, they asked you to drop the call area. And so as we speak this morning, I'm asking you to drop the Coos Bay call area. And I would like to find out if there's any way that Doug could provide, because through transparency and these decision-making, that as BOEM wants to reveal everything as transparent, I'm asking, can you reveal to us those parameters and decisions that were made to drop the call area? And because I think it's only fair if you can drop one, that you drop another, and we should have the same criterias and parameters. Is that a possibility, Doug?
Yes, great. That's a great question. And the abandoned call area was one where, the initial data that we had, and when we, looked at what we had on the GIS layers, it looked like the fishing was concentrated and the abandoned high spot was, just outside that abandoned call area. And I think that, after we got some feedback and input onto that, what happened was we started shaving down that abandoned call area. And once we shaved it down too far, then it was, well, there's no point in going with the call area, because as you recall, the shape of that area was pretty, long and narrow. So that's how it, instead of, we could have shaved it down, we could have had an abandoned call area that was, much less. And I think at the end of the day, it just made more sense to remove the whole thing rather than having that small sliver still left, after we got the feedback on the data that we had when we originally came up with that call area.
So as we address the call areas and the data that has been provided, the fishing data that has been provided for those areas, it should prove that these areas are not appropriate for the call. And another question was that earlier was stated, and I don't remember who stated it, but there was going to be retraining. Is that correct? For workers, retraining for workers. Sorry, I didn't finish that.
Thanks so much for the question, Kelly. So what I was referencing was in the proposed sale notice for California, there is a bidding credit for infrastructure and workforce training. So it's we're a long ways away at this point from a proposed sale notice here in Oregon, but we could, working with stakeholders and the states and others, consider similar types of bidding credits should a lease auction move forward here with respect to potential investment in workforce training. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I was just curious who the workforce was that you were trying to retrain. So I was misunderstanding. Are you trying to retrain people to come in and work for the process of getting the windmills out? Or are you trying to retrain the industry, the communities? I didn't quite understand who the workforce was and who you were addressing. So that was my question. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Kelly. And I should just clarify that it's not necessarily retraining as much as it's just training. I think it's the acknowledgement that this is a new industry, so there are new job opportunities, but in order for that to be a reality, people need those skills to enter into that workforce. So it's just ensuring that the training for those skills is available. That's what that would potentially look to seek to do, should that be a provision that's included here. So that's just one such example of what was included in California.
Thank you. I was just wanting to make sure that BOEM knows that I know as a fishing family, we are not looking for new training or new jobs or new careers.
Yeah, understood.
The fleet doesn't feel like they need new opportunity there. We kind of like what we're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, and to clarify again, not retraining, just training for other people, not aimed at the commercial fishing industry.
Okay, well, retraining was stated, so I was just going off that. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Hey, we've got another member of your family, Kelly. Up next is Angie. Angie Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, I'm Angie Rutherford. And my question is about kind of the call areas. My concern is you guys.
Oh, Angie, you froze.
Off of the VMS systems and that is just kind of like a ping. Oh, maybe if I turn the video off, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so my question is with the data that's being collected with the VMS and ODF and W, it's more so like a ping through the call area. My concern is all of our boats are carrying gear. So I see that they may be tracking a ping when they're actually carrying their gear to do their job and fish in that area, which is more than just a boat in the call area. So they're unable to do their job by you guys just saying, oh, Frank had mentioned if he pulls up everything on the data, it's a mess. Well, that tells me that a lot of people and boats, commercial, recreational, governmental, are using these areas. And that's why it's a mess. And I just have one other question.
Yeah, Frank's getting his mic going, Angie.
Yeah, you. Yeah, let's try the other.
Yeah, try
Battery. Hello.
Yeah.
That works. Yeah, on that data, we were talking about a variety of data sets, from the AIS, like tankers and everything, to other data sets. And looking at those, bringing up that variety of data sets definitely makes it a mess. And we've got various ways we can look at fishing, where we can lump them all together and put them all in one map, or bust them out where it tells us more, look at the more high concentration use areas and different things. Each thing kind of gives us some insight into what's going on. But we can definitely turn it all on and look at it, and we would likely see some colors everywhere, some use everywhere. Well, we would, particularly when we turn on all the boats. So that's where it gets important to find out where are the busiest places, and to get other input about this area might not be as busy in your maps, but it's important to us for this reason. That's where the comments can be very useful to us along those lines.
Angie, did you say you had one other question?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my other question is as this process goes forward for the boats, what happens to them if they do go in these call areas as you guys continue this process and take over the areas from us? What will happen to them? What are the consequences of going in the areas? And who's monitoring that? Who will?
So, team, does anyone want to answer?
If our boat.
Hey, Angie, you're cutting out just a little bit, but I think the gist of the question that we got is, what happens if your fishing vessels get into the area where the wind energy, where the turbines are, and who's monitoring that?
So
yes,
the short answer is there's no prohibition in going into lease areas. That might be the only answer we need. There's no prohibition, so nothing happens. You can still go into those areas. Anything else, team? Thank you for the question, Angie. I hope we answered it sufficiently. You were cutting it out of it.
Thanks, Angie. We're gonna go ahead and go to the next question online. And that's Lori.
Thank you. Good morning. I just had a follow-up question to Heather Mann's question because I wasn't clear at all on the answer. And I guess this is directed to Amanda. And I mean, I guess the simple question is, what happens if the state of Oregon says no? What if the state legislature and the state legislators and the local and city governments say no to offshore wind development off Oregon's coasts? What's the process at that point if the state says no?
I mean, I think it's worth noting that with all of these projects, so BOEM, we manage the outer continental shelf, you know, as described earlier by Whitney, but these projects go into state waters. There's transmission that goes into state waters. There's interconnection that occurs on state lands. So, you know, there are likely going to need to be state permits that are involved in this process as well. Additionally, BOEM is really committed to, and the process that we've had so far here in Oregon is what's called an intergovernmental task force that includes representatives from the state of Oregon as well as tribal nations and others. And that's really just a recognition of the fact that we see this as a partnership with those folks in those communities. So certainly, you know, if the state is saying, you know, something very different than they have been saying, that's something that, you know, absolutely needs to be taken into consideration as this moves forward. States have been very, very involved in these processes all across the country and are critical partners and have a direct permitting role. So they are very involved with respect to whether or not this goes forward, both within their own authorities, you know, even outside of the fact that BOEM absolutely will continue to work with the states and hear their perspective and feedback when the process moves forward.
Thanks for that question, Lori. The next question we've got is from Mike Rutherford. The Rutherford family is well represented today. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, so I'm currently fishing right now, so I may or may not cut in out of service here, but I guess one thing that I wanted to question was the fact that we keep hearing about this research being conducted. And I was just kind of curious as to who and where's this research being conducted. I have boats that are on the water every day. And I mean, so we kind of see who's coming and going from port to port, but yet we don't notice these researchers or these research vessels that are taking place that supposedly is collecting this data, these data sets that you guys need. So could somebody maybe speak to that?
Feels like a Donna question. Is that right?
So Donna, it sounds like
Yes. Okay. So lots of different research going on. So but I'm just going to address the fishing information. So a lot of the information that has been presented today has been developed from VMS and logbook data and NOAA observer data. And so the data collection actually occurs either remotely or as part as ongoing NOAA research vessels and their monitoring program. And then also the data is actually collected by you because we use the logbook data that the state has developed in our analyses. And so you are correct. You probably won't be seeing boats out there because you are actually in some ways the data collection yourself. Then for the seabird studies and the seafloor mapping, again, you know, BOEM does a lot of partnerships with different universities and federal agencies. and our partners for seafloor mapping, which has lots of relevance to the fishing community. That's been done in conjunction with NOAA research vessels and USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, and also an agency called MBARI, which is a private entity out of Monterey Bay, California, that has done a lot of research. And that's the short answer that I'll give right now. But if you would like more, I'd be happy to discuss more with you later.
Well, I appreciate that, and thanks. Like I said, we see the comings and goings of the fleet and the research vessels. I mean, there's a Newport has, I think, 3 or 4 NOAA vessels that are ported there, so they're coming and going quite frequently. You know, another thing that I wanted to point out it seems like it's obvious to me as a fisherman is that there's kind of a double standard here, even as far as the anchoring or mooring of these floating wind turbines. You know, in our fisheries, we're restricted to certain sizes of gears that we use that make contact with the bottom. And in the last 25 years, there's been so much gear development and management measures taken to eliminate gear impacts on the bottom. But yet the standard is it's okay for these impacts that could potentially happen due to the fact that you guys are anchoring these large windmills out on the ocean and on the sea floors. So how are the impacts of my gear that I tow different than the impacts that are going to be caused by these wind turbines? But yet I'm restricted to certain sizes and certain types of gear that I can even use. Another point that I wanted to bring up about the VMS and the AIS is that data is very inconsistent for the simple fact that users on the AIS a lot of times turn their vessel monitoring off, you know, due to specific seasons or fishing areas if it's within the regulations. And then the VMS information as well. Those are on and monitored, but I think mostly for certain fleets. Not all fleets are regulated to the same thing. So thank you.
All right, I'll briefly try to answer a couple different aspects of your questions. The first one being on the anchoring aspects of a project. Again, we'll get specifics on what the mooring infrastructure would look like should we have a lease sale and a project be developed. But we've done some preliminary investigations on, you know, trying to develop scenarios of what would happen. And we actually have some studies based on other projects on the drag embedment anchoring of a project. And we've reviewed some of that in our upcoming environmental assessments. And so the approximate area would be about 50 meters or so for a drag embedment anchor per anchor. And then we've also looked at like recovery times and so forth. So we have done some analyses to the extent that we can at this date before we have a project description. Now, the second part of your question about the AIS and VMS, and yes, you're right, that AIS data is less complete than the VMS. And that's why we've focused, and Frank's done an excellent job in presenting those data on the VMS and the interpretation of that. He used the AIS data as an example of how the methodology is because there's no confidentiality aspect to that, and he could show some of the detail. We are encouraged. Let me back up. There's limitations to every kind of data set. There's limitations to VMS and logbook and the FRAM data. But as Frank pointed out before, we're very encouraged that these 3 completely different data sets are actually showing a great deal of spatial overlap. And that's very encouraging to show that the interpretation and the resolution is probably pretty accurate since there's overlap to that. Of course, not everything is perfect. So if you have specific comments on how we could better improve our interpretation of these data, that's always welcome now or in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Donna. So that's everybody online.
Who ask questions. So did you want to finish questions in the room and then move to public comment while we still have Director Lefton and Doug?
Would you be able, would need to be able to stay for some time after noon 12 to take the comments? So yeah.
So myself, Frank and Abby are here. We have the room available and we're happy to have this day as long as you need us.
Thank you so much.
So a few more questions in the room?
Either break now and then questions and comments, or let's power through with questions now and take break.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the break personally.
Yeah, I think that,
The entire room is-
Can we have a short break? Because I want Amanda to hear me and to Doug to hear me, but they're gonna leave it before noon or at noon.
It's gonna take like 5 minutes. Yeah, let's.
Yeah. Do you want to take about just a 5-minute stretch break? Go to the bathroom, we'll come back and then move into public comment.
No, questions first and then comments.
Okay.
Finish questions, comments.
All right. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute stretch break and come back.
Everybody's ready.
Can I get your email because I forgot that the text
And so Yelena and I put our heads together. We want to make sure that we take just really a couple more questions in the room, because we really want to get to the formal public comment before Director Lefton and Doug Boren leave. We've had several people request that. And so if you've got just an absolute burning question that you need everyone to hear, we'll go ahead and take one or two. And then again, we'll, Whitney, Frank, Abby, myself, we will stay past the formal public comment to have additional questions and give you information as well. So is there another question in the room before we move to the formal public comment? Yelena?
Yes, I think Michael Konevsky also had a question.
Oh, up there he is. I see him. Hey, Mike. Mike Okanowski, there you are. So you missed all the great things I just said, which is we're going to take another one or two questions in the room before we move to the formal public comment. Folks are really interested to have their formal public comment before Director Lefton and Doug Boren leave. And so did you have a question for everyone before we move to formal public comment?
I think so.
I thought you did.
Yeah, the question is about the Oregon call areas. It was discussed that I think Whitney, you're the one that brought it up, if I recall, that perhaps up to 80% of the call area would not be utilized for wind farms. Winnowing it down, you call. Does this ring a bell? So anyway, you can just nod your head.
Well,
Okay, so
75.
my question is, winnow it down, you take 20% or whatever it is, and that's what you offer out as WEAs for leasing. That leaves 80% or whatever the remainder is. And what becomes of that? Does it go into a reserve? Is it still active for like somebody that puts in an unsolicited bid, for example? Does it have a moratorium? Or what exactly becomes of that 80%? Or if you wanted to use it later, could you just fire it up and go through the same process all over again? Or is it totally off the map forever?
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to try to answer that question. And so I don't think in terms of our, we work on our regulations 585. And the process is in our regulations is to have a call and then identify these wind energy areas. And to my knowledge, our regulations don't say, can you reevaluate for additional WEAs in the future? So you're asking a good question. But I think we tried to be clear in the call is that the purpose is we identified these areas, and with these areas of the call, we're trying to identify 3 gigawatts for development within the call. And so I think that's what we're working towards. And I would, although we have our leadership here, I would guess that if the question came up again to find additional wind energy areas outside of what we're working on today, that we'd likely coordinate with our state partner and reevaluate and likely go out with a new call. But
I think it's safe to say that we start the process all over again, right? I mean, once we've identified wind energy areas from here, if we are then going to look in the future, if there is additional areas that were necessary or requested or something of that source, we would start a new, but there isn't necessarily a moratorium or a ban or anything like that. Nothing happens to the areas. It's just that we went from bigger to now it's a smaller area under consideration.
So in that, you may or may not realize that puts a real strain on your investment opportunities or how you want to approach it, because it's not off the books forever. So in other words, it could be you want to put investment into your plant and your boats, whatever it is, but since it's just dormant for the time being, it could be reassessed later because they want to do more than 3 gigawatts by 2040 or whenever it is. So until you know where you're going, I
guess you're liable to not spend any money on fixing things up or anything. And because you just don't know what your future is going to be as far as being able to pay it off. Does that make sense?
But to be clear, actually, all of that area is still available for fishing. So nothing would happen to that area would all still be open. So if there is, as there was a question earlier, what happens if you go into a wind energy area? There's no prohibitions. Everyone can go into the wind energy area, but even that, for the areas that are not chosen, that is just, continued activity should always continue in those areas. There's no other additional pursuits. So that would still be very available to the commercial fishing industry.
It may be technically available, but I'd argue with you that nobody in their right mind would take a trawler and there and go fishing.
I don't want to take away from the other public commenters because I know that there are a lot of people that have things to say, but I don't think I totally understand your concern, and I might ask if we could follow back up offline to continue the conversation.
I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, that's great.
Yes, you're waiting.
I have a couple questions and I'll be brief. One is follow up to if our state says no, will BOEM still move forward and take the energy straight onshore to California? Instead of through Oregon.
So you're saying if Oregon doesn't want the power, or if Oregon doesn't want offshore wind developed off its coast?
Yeah, as we heard from the previous few folks asking questions, Heather and Lori, if our state turns out doesn't want to move forward with offshore wind energy as a result of the Oregon Department of Energy, for example, findings or recommendations from the state legislators, what have you, if the conclusion is we don't want it for now, can and will BOEM still move forward with the proposed plans, and instead of taking the transmission to the shore of Oregon, take it to California?
So I do want to clarify that we don't control where the transmission goes necessarily, right? We don't say, it needs to go into this state or that state. So we would never be in a position in which we said, oh, Oregon doesn't want it, so now you have to go into this other place. To just to clarify that, because we don't control that. That's not something we would ever do. With respect to if there is requests that came in from the state of Oregon, I absolutely, we would consider that request. Absolutely, we want to continue to be in close partnership with the state. It's hard for us to answer a question on a hypothetical that we don't know what's being asked of us, but I can say with complete confidence that if somebody, if the state said, we don't want this, we would absolutely consider that and have conversation with them. We have initiated much of this with the state of Oregon. We want to continue to move forward in partnership. And I hear you all asking that question over and over again, and I want to reinforce that that's absolutely something we would consider. If the question is, would we consider it? The answer is yes, of course we would.
But that does not mean that you cannot still take the energy, build it off Oregon, but take the energy straight to California. What precludes you from doing that?
Well, we are not, again, to clarify, we do not build the projects. And so we do not also, direct where the energy goes. So we would not be able to say, developer, you have to go into this place or another place
And developer go from the farm of the Oregon coast straight to California?
Could they? It's a question of transmission availability. It's a lot of technical questions, but I think that you're asking with respect to what we can control, which is our leasing process and identifying areas for offshore wind. So with what BOEM can control, if somebody said, we do not want, the state of Oregon, or any of our state partners ask us a question, of course we would consider that.
Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. Real quick, I have a question of my own and I've been in the queue waiting. Okay, So when time comes and BOEM determines approve, disapprove, and whatever third option on the project, on the COP, approve with conditions, thank you. So if BOEM determines to disapprove, can you please elaborate on what are some of the, or what are the reasons, potential reasons for BOEM to decide disapprove? That's one. Then what happens next to the lease? That's two.
You know, the second question, I feel like we need an attorney for. The first question, so maybe Doug or somebody would know. I don't have an attorney with me. But the first question is, so that would be the result of an environmental impact statement that would happen through NEPA. So we do a full environmental review of these projects. And so essentially in NEPA, we're looking at a series of different impacts. And so if any of those impacts were found to be, you know, too severe for any particular reason, that would lend to the agency making a decision with respect to disapprove. Sometimes those impacts could be mitigated, and there would be certain conditions in which we would say, you know, boy, gee, here's an example. You know, there might be a marine mammal that is present in a particular area, and that marine mammal might be particularly sensitive to noise. So we might have a condition that says, you know, developer, you can only do construction activities during these months of the year, so that you could, so the marine mammal is not present in that area. And so that would be a condition we would say, we'll approve your project if you adhere to these conditions. That is a more likely scenario with respect to, I don't think we've ever just approved a project. There's always some sort of conditions we're a regulator that we would always put on. But then with respect to whether or not we would disapprove, it would be in the context of we did that environmental impact statement, which also goes out for public comments, by the way. And it would be if impacts were identified, that would be problematic. Did you want to add to that? Okay, I saw you looking at me, I wasn't sure. All right.
Okay, and what happens to the lease once the project gets disapproved?
That's a great question that we're gonna have to get back to you on, unless anybody has that. You got it?
You know, and I think it has to go with, you know, what was the reason that it was disapproved? So if there was an opportunity, say we disapproved a COP because of a technical reason, they could have the opportunity to come back in at a later date. You know, so I think it, but at the end of the day, you know, a lease is not in perpetuity. You know, if a leaseholder has to show that they're doing their due diligence to develop the lease. And, you know, the lease can expire if there is not a project that's being proposed in there. So, you know, and so without knowing exact, you know, the lease would expire if there was no project and there was no due diligence moving forward. But a lot of that depends on you know, why the COP was disapproved in the first place. And it's hard to speculate on that.
But essentially, since the data is collected to inform the project, rather than to understand, is that space suitable for development? In that case, the developer can keep coming back with more and more changed plans, regardless of how sensitive the habitat is.
Actually, the data collection actually does speak to actually the conditions and the habitat of the site. So most certainly they're collecting data that's going to inform the project, but the data that is collected is also inclusive of ecological data and other things that help us evaluate whether or not those impacts would occur. So I just want to be clear with respect to the survey requirements and the data that is collected. Do we have, I know our facilitators are here, but they're busy. So are there other questions in the room?
The last question in the room, and then we need to get to public comment.
Yeah, my question is to the Troll Commission. I've talked to just about everybody in the room, trying to find out why there's no news people here. I've never been to a public comment where there isn't. They all passed me over to you, the Oregon Trawl Commission, who's failed to let us know. I mean, we've all got it third-handed by one person. person or another, the Troll Commission seems to be taking the hit by all these people, or are you a one-person operation?
That's the only commission that agreed to do this, to be clear.
So it was called on by the,
Thank you.
they're dodging this. Yeah.
So we're gonna move to formal public comment. Yeah, we've got people signed up. And so the way it works, we've got some information, some tips here that went out. I'm trying to get this mic because it's red. We need a different mic. Oops, just broke their stand. Can I swap this out for another? Thank you. Oh, then the stand. So the way it's going to work is we don't want to artificially limit public comment. We're hoping that you keep your comments within 3 to 5 minutes. Yelena and I have talked about this. I think most people, when we were in Newport yesterday, we had 17 people provide public comment. Nearly everybody was within the 3 to 5 limit time frame. So that seemed to be plenty of time. You've got numbers, and we'll call you in the order that you've signed up. We're going to work with people in the room first and then go to folks online. I think we only have one person online that signed up for formal public comment. We have Shalene, who is our court reporter. So everything you say will be written down verbatim. And then you have a couple other ways that you can provide public comment. Of course, we have Director Lefton and Doug Warren and our BOEM staff here today to listen. They'll be in a listening mode. This isn't a Q&A like we've been doing for the last 3 hours. And so there are a few instructions up on the screen here. People have registered to get in the queue. When your number is called, come on up to the front table. We ask that you state your full name and affiliation. And that important, we need you to spell your last name for Shalene. It's the only way she can make sure to get it exactly right, so that it can be uploaded to regulations.gov. BOEM does not consider anonymous comments. Public comment will not be accepted through the chat. So that's for our online folks. And you can, if you don't have public comment or you're not interested to hear what folks have to say, you can go and work with Frank. If you want to head back over there. We've got workstations set up. You can get on the Oregon map portal. He can show you how to log in and do comments online. You can ask him questions about data. So he can go back there and work with you on that. What else did I want to say? I think that's everything. So yes, Nick?
This young man has to go blow 20-ton ice on his boat. Can he go first?
For public comment?
He has to go.
I'm number 9, but if there's any way I should just go forward a little bit. I'll be quick. I'll probably
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, come on up. Thanks, Nick.
We're texting back and forth.
Yeah. Here you go. Come on up to the.
Jamie, sorry, I just wanted to say before we start the public comment, I wanted to thank you, Yelena, for inviting us here today. We really appreciate it. You did us a solid favor for having us here. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we appreciated it. We thank you very much.
And not only are we very grateful for Yelena and the Trawl Commission for stepping up and ensuring that we were able to have this conversation today. We just also want to just appreciate everybody in the room, everybody on the phone. It's always really important to have this dialogue, and I want to commit to you to having continued conversation as the process unfolds. So just thank you so much, sincerely, to everybody. Since we'll be parting ways a little bit, but please let's dive in. And thank you.
Yeah, so go ahead, state your name and spell your last name.
My name's Ty Cutting. My last name is Cutting. We have 3 vessels here in Charleston. I'm a 5th generation fisherman, 4th generation bottom trawler here. It's more, part of this is a little bit on questions I could have answered, but I just held off here. On the call area, you said that you're listening to us. You want to listen to the fishermen, bouncing off of Carrie's first question there. I'm curious, how come you guys haven't already cut down some of that where you've seen where the traffic is right now? Frank's not here, but he uses AIS data log. If he just opens it up, you'll see there's 9 boats in that call area right now. I was just out fishing in that call area while I was shrimping. this last week. And there were 16 vessels outside of me, from factory trawlers to the other midwater boats. How come that we're not at least narrowing it down? You're saying you want to listen to us, use the fishermen's on that. We haven't narrowed it down at all on that. And then my problem I have with embedment anchors on this is those are there. So from my understanding, it's 25-year lease on that, and it would do more harm to remove those embedment anchors after that long. So essentially, those are going to be hangs that we call it hangs out there where we can't bottom trawl over the top of them. There's several hangs out there in the ocean, from vessels to whatever miscellaneous container ships. Those are areas that, whether this is here for 10, 15 years or 30 years, where my kids or someday my grandkids, I mean, they're not going to be able to tow over that. You can't tow over it. Just like there's a misconception of reefs and stuff, like you can't just tow a net through a reef. You can't do that. You destroy your stuff. On these embedment anchors, curious, I'd like to know if they're going to be removed, what know on that, what's going to happen on that. Because I mean, these areas, whether they're gone in 15 years or 25 years or even less than that, I mean, we can't tow over them if those are left there. And I'm only 28 years old. I'm in this for the long haul. I plan on being here. I can't always be here. That's all I have to say. And thank you guys all for here and answering questions, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up will be Representative Brucksmith. And then on deck is Commissioner Main and Steve Godin.
Can you hear me? Hey. First off, David Brucksmith, State Representative in the House District 1, DAVID, BROCK, SMITH. I want to thank you, Director, and your staff for being here. Whitney and I have had conversations in the past. My understanding in this Oregon process, we have gone from a 45-day comment period to a 60-day comment period. And I believe also this is the first in-person meetings that you've had in moving this process forward in this kind of setting here in Oregon. And so I appreciate the engagement. You have been mentioning quite a bit with regards to the input from Oregon. And
But other people, now it's public comment. So all these people are commenting.
Not sure where that came from.
And so as a state representative, where these call areas are off of my district, hence the reason to move forward with the state planning bill, so we could have some sort of level of engagement and look at and a second layer, if you will, for our stakeholders that will be impacted to have engagement in the state process as well. I know that and hopeful we have a commitment that the lease areas or the progress moving forward will not be until after some point in September 15th is the deadline, but for the Oregon Department of Energy to come up with that report so that we can actually have something to give you and show you what the state has looked at as far as the benefits and challenges moving forward. That I think is what you've been saying today as far as the input from Oregon and our stakeholders. I would also encourage you to really take hold of not only NOAA's input and of course the PFMC or the Pacific Fisheries Management Council's input, which I understand is pretty extensive and with concerns, but as well as the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted documentation on the 31st of last month in regards to some serious concerns, and in part that talk about the development could pose acceptable or unacceptable impacts, as well as their recommendation for Oregon Department of Energy for need for more information with regard to ecosystem and fisheries to inform the decision-making process. With regards to also questions and acceptable or unacceptable impacts. They also speak about the port infrastructure development and the impacts on our estuary and ecosystems, the transmission infrastructure and the spatial limitations for increased capacity, the mooring and anchoring impacts on the seafloor, as far as the habitat secondary entanglement for marine life and debris. And they emphasize in their letter multiple times the need for the greater than 1,300 meter feasibility, which leads me to also the comments that we submitted as the Oregon Legislative Coastal Caucus on this issue. The Oregon Legislative Coastal Caucus is made up of coastal legislators that represent the Oregon coast. That was submitted at the end of May. And we held 6 listening sessions, and I know that you heard my colleague, Representative David Gomberg, speak about this yesterday, which is well over, if you count online, 700 individuals representing themselves or other organizations. And frankly, Director, I have never seen environmental groups and environmental representatives and somebody wearing a Trump mega hat speaking the same language in any situation. And I've been 20 years in public service. And so I hope that in moving forward, our state engagement and the continued public input and engagement is critically important. And as you've said here today, it is to you as well in the process. I hope that the questions with regards to, I know you have no process in where the energy is coming on shore, or if it comes on shore, but it's critically important that there is some benefits with regards to electrons. And if it does happen, if it does move forward, I hope we can make them part of I heard a new term today, lease, I've known them as lease provisions, but I heard a new term today. But I hope we can make that part of the lease provisions so that we can ensure that electrons flow into Oregon to benefit Oregonians and their industries. So with that, thank you again for being here and for the commitment to the public and our coastal industries.
Thank you. Up next is Commissioner Main.
I am Bob Main, Coos County Commissioner, BOB, in case somebody wonders, MAIN. I'm also on the board of directors of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. We represent 65,000 recreational fisher people. I'm also on the BOEM Intergovernmental Task Force, OCZMA, Oregon Coastal Zone Management Association, and OPAC, Ocean Policy Advisory Commission of the Governor. Harvesters, processors, marine suppliers all benefit from Oregon's sustainable fisheries. We have about 20% of our employment comes from fisheries. We've already lost thousands and thousands of timber jobs, and one of the fishing industry is one of the last bright spots we have. Coos County believes that certain steps should be taken to ensure that existing ocean users and stakeholders are protected in the process. We have the following recommendations. Throughout any development process, require state and federal agencies to be transparent. I'm paraphrasing here, I submitted this earlier. Oregon fishing industry, environmentalists, coastal communities, and our state and federal political and congressional delegations sit down with BOEM as equal partners and develop a rational process for authentic discussion and conduct the required EIS analysis and analyze real costs and benefits and evaluate test sites, develop a rational decision that minimizes costs and maximizes benefit to Oregon. Move all, you've heard this before, move all call areas out 1,300 meters. One thing that hasn't been discussed though is federal HR 4057, the 117th Congress in 2122, which says they have enacted developing large-scale wind turbine farms until all enact a moratorium on those until all risks of marine mammals, seabirds, and fisheries and marine environment are clearly understood. It's federal law now. Also federal law, HR 4057 on albatross and petrels. The U.S. has a treaty with Central and South American countries for no take on those two bird species. It's going to be given that those windmills that are established out there are going to do take. And that's in direct violation of 2 federal acts. BOEM should meet all NEPA requirements, even though they have authority over NEPA and over NOAA and all these other folks, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And conduct comprehensive problematic EIS before leases are granted instead of at the end of the process. This includes cumulative impacts of transmission line impacts. It includes an analysis of all transmission lines that will bring the energy to shore, examines the cumulative impacts to current ocean users from adjacent wind energy developments in Northern California and Washington. Migratory birds, sea turtles, salmon, whales, etc. can sense variation in Earth's magnetic field as they travel huge distances across up and down the coastline. We now know, in a study published on February 6th in the publication called Current Biology, scientists have found that salmon use the Earth's magnetic field like a map, much like turtles do, birds do, etc. They know what direction they're facing, and they need other information to know where they're supposed to go. The study also found that salmon appeared to use a combination of 2 characteristics of the magnetic field at any given location: its intensity or strength coupled with its inclination or angle of the field compared to the Earth itself. When fish were exposed to a mismatched field, such as northern intensity paired with a southern inclination, or vice versa, they became disoriented, which means salmon won't return to the coast if those are out there, even though they're shielded. We're going to lose probably 50 to 90 million in local and state economic benefits from not only fishermen, but all the ancillary businesses that supply those fishermen. I'm paraphrasing all this because I submitted it. A couple of things I found out in meeting with some of the wind energy folks who are promoting across the world on this thing, that they want all of us to pay for all the inshore infrastructure, all of it, meaning U.S. government, state government in combination will pay for the onshore infrastructure for these projects. That is totally wrong. If you're going to be an investor, you're going to invest in the whole project. And another thing is that most people don't know about feed-in tariff, FEED in tariff. It has been enacted in the 2 offshore projects on the East Coast, Virginia and Rhode Island. And what happens, and I know BOEM's not involved in feed-in tariff, but what happens with these projects, the investors don't want to invest anymore because they've taken huge billions of dollars in baths on these projects. So what they did, the investors and the promoters, etc., went to those 2 legislatures and got feed-in tariff enacted. It's already been discussed in the 21 and 22 legislature in Oregon. Feed-in tariff is, simply put, if something goes wrong with a project, the ratepayers on the hook for making the investors whole, all of us. That's totally wrong also. You can imagine if your power bill is $200 a month, it could be 20, 30, 40 times depending on the length of repayment. I mean, you're talking 2,000 or more. So anybody in middle class or upper class will pay that. And of course, the lower class folks, which, they're barely making ends meet, will have to have state assistance. So all of us are going to pay twice. Just think about that. In the billions of dollars, this project is estimated to be out here.
Hey, Commissioner Main, you're coming up on 5 minutes.
Okay, one last thing. When it comes online, it has to have approval from our county planning department for this transmission line. We will have to have, as commissioners, public hearings. And whether it's approved or disapproved also can be appealed to the state of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Steve Godin.
Okay, Godin spelled Godin, Steve. And I'm the president of the Oregon Coast Anglers. I'm a recreational angler. And I'm happy to be able to talk to you while you're still here. I feel like, well, also I'm a member of the PFMC through the Drownfish Advisory Panel, ODFW through the Sportfish Advisory Council. So I'm well engaged in recreational angling with various organizations. I feel like sport fishing is largely unaccounted for in this whole process. I've yet to see a slide that says anything about recreational angling on it. And certainly none of the recreational boats like mine have BMS or AS capability on them. You don't track us. We're in all of the areas that you've described as call areas. If you have to pick one fish, we chase tuna fish all over the place. And there's no way to figure out where they're going to be other than to find them. They follow the currents. Currents move and in and out. They're all through these call areas. So your maps and all of that don't mean anything as it relates to recreational fishing, particularly for tuna fish. So I have a couple of questions that I haven't seen answered. I think perhaps it might have been earlier. I'll combine the first two. And regarding fishing, recreational angling around wind turbines, will that be allowed? I said nod of the head.
Yeah, we're supposed to just hear comments at this point, not Q&A, but so if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to us. We will respond, but right now it's just a comment period, but the answer is yes anyway.
Okay, thank you. I'm concerned about safety at sea. Radar is impaired by wind turbines, and I'm hoping that BOEM and the federal government will provide some assistance to sport fishermen when it comes to upgrading radar so that it's compatible with finding and boats and other things, obstacles in the ocean around these wind turbines. The Coos Bay call area completely blocks the Winchester Bay entrance. And I'm hoping that somehow BOEM will accommodate a navigation channel through the call area so that we don't have issues with boats hitting, particularly large boats, hitting wind turbines that are too close to Winchester Bay. Concerned about environmental impacts as well, and what possible issues exist. There's lots of unanswered questions. Certainly my discussions with people in the PFMC have led me to lots of unanswered questions that they're asking. So my point here is that I think that this process should be slowed down. You've heard this from a whole bunch of people, and we ought to move the wind turbines outside of 1,300 meter depth. Thank you. I'll concede the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Steve. Next up is Kathleen.
Kathleen Hornstuen, Hornstuen.
Shailene, did you get that? Okay.
Okay. I'm involved with a lot of different things in Charleston, the Community Association, the Memorial Community Association, and also with the board as an advisory for Charleston.
Kathleen, you put the mic a little closer. There you go. That way, yeah, folks online can hear you better. Okay.
I'm writing not as a person who doesn't want renewable resources, but as a concerned citizen of wind energy offshore of Oregon. First of all, I want to express dismay that BOEM has no oversight or requirements that most agencies have in ventures of this magnitude. It sounds like it's putting the cart before the horse, which in my experience leads to disastrous and costly results. I could find no conclusive reports on environmental impacts after reading the report that they put out after their studies in 2020. In reading the report, every findings report had reference to further studies as if that's enough. It is not enough for me or my neighbors in our coastal communities. Not only that, but all of the studies done were on the East Coast, where the environment, flora, and fauna are not the same. In reading, several things stood out to me. Radar interference solutions have not been addressed. There were references to software upgrades to existing radars of commercial and sport fisheries and shipping. Marine electronics are expensive and crucial to individuals and ship companies, and thus far, there are no such thing as this type of upgrade. Development of tracking of West Coast birds are estimates in the report, and results refer to future tracking is needed. Why even designate where calls areas should be when this future tracking has not yet been done? Sounds involved with the pile driving and electronic waves from the turbines was inconclusive on the effect of marine animals, including whales. And what about migrations that will be disturbed? What effect will turbines have on currents, sediments, etc.? This project sounds like a great idea if you don't consider any other issues. The problem is there are other issues, and those issues are critical, not only to the animals involved, but to the individuals who work on the ocean and their livelihoods. Make sure this is not going to add costs to the areas they are coming ashore, because of our coastal towns already are low income. These things must be considered before anything else is even done. In conclusion, please, 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 at the very least, make sure BOEM moves these locations of these giant structures to the westernmost areas of the proposed call areas, far away from near shore fishing areas.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next up is Mike Okanowski.
Thank you. First off the record, if we can do that, I just want to say that Yelena is covering two venues, Gold Beach and here, and Heather Mann graciously took the third. Both are working along with some minor help from a few of us in industry. Both women already have incredibly busy schedules, and I'd just like people to know that. My name is Mike Okanowski, and the last name is Okiewski. And Amanda said you're looking for honesty, so here goes. Thank you for listening to our testimonies today. We covered a lot of subjects. However, we are not here about just economics. We're here because our lives revolve around fishing, processing, and markets. It is more than a job. We have worked hard and sacrificed to sustain our fisheries for future generations and our nation, not to have oceans auctioned off to multinational foreign corporations. It is the opinion of nearly all in our industry that offshore wind energy industrialization is the largest threat to our livelihoods we have ever encountered. You tell us you want to protect our fisheries, that they are important to BOEM and our nation. I have been listening to these statements for 3.5 years. You have failed to explain how you're going to achieve this. I see the greatest failure BOEM has committed is that you do not have the technical knowledge and expertise to deliver a meaningful plan to accomplish what you say you want to save. This is not a disparaging statement. I like your staff, and I believe they are well-meaning individuals, but they do not have the authority nor the necessary accountability in your agency to carry off what you state you're promoting and wish to protect. You needed to have full contact with the fishing industry prior to the call areas. The 3 meetings we are holding should have been done before any call areas were selected. Our industry should have been advising you at the start, not listening to what real estate you're now planning to remove from our fisheries. I ask you, how are you going to protect our fisheries? In the Federal Registry, it listed fisheries as the most important consideration as to impacts, but the path you are on could easily destroy our industry. We don't even know, and apparently you don't either, what the total number of wind farms are supposed to be. Cumulative impacts are a totality of impacts. They cannot be calculated without knowing how many wind farms there will be, but this can be modeled for most purposes of analysis. From studies we have read on downwind effects of offshore wind on our ocean hydrology and ecology, we believe you will have dire impacts on the natural supply chain the California current maintains. This is dynamic habitat. It is not affixed to the bottom, but it is critical as essential fish habitat. You could well change the California current from one of the most productive areas on the planet to a desert if you break this supply chain. Several quotes from scientific articles you should read. Upwelling jet separation in the California current. Future changes in the intensity and seasonality of the wind stress curl field may similarly have broad influence in the California current system ecosystem, being particularly important to influence the three-dimensionality of circulation, which ultimately controls the width of a region under direct influence of nutrient-rich upwelled waters. And I'll give you the citation here in a second. I'm almost done. And read the California current. Effective floating offshore wind turbines on atmospheric circulation in California. Wind-driven upwelling is responsible for much of the primary productivity that sustains one of the richest ecosystems on the planet. Specific to California, applied WRF, WFP, I don't know what those acronyms stand for, to simulate a 10-kilometer by 10-kilometer wind farm offshore of Bodega Bay. The authors found approximately 10% reduction in wind speeds, with reductions seen as 100 kilometers downstream. And the first sighting is from upwelling jet separation, the California current system, Nature magazine, scientific reports, article 16004, 2018. And the second, no, that's the second one got erased. Even if we save the real estate where we fish, if we lose the productivity in our California current, we'll have a much larger problem to deal with. And thank you for allowing me to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next up is Tim.
I'm home this, everybody, so we keep listening on my drive. So I'll still be hearing all the public comments.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
And Tim, be sure to spell your last name.
You don't think you can get it? Okay. Tim Novotny, Novotny, with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. And thank you again to Director Lefton for appearing today. Exits as I start talking. I won't take that person.
She's still here. No, they're still listening.
She's still listening. So as I had talked to Director earlier about a win-win solution, what is on the line if we lose? Just to put it out there, the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission alone, we measure, we use a conservative economic multiplier off our ex-vessel value each year to give an indication of what we mean to our communities and to the state. If you look back just over the last 5 seasons, that conservative economic multiplier of 2 has brought in over $500 million into the state's economy. That means a whole heck of a lot to the coastal communities, means a heck of a lot to the state, far beyond what is very important, obviously, to the lives and livelihoods of the fishermen, the processors that you have heard from today, yesterday, and will continue to hear from. So it means a great deal to the economic viability of the coastal communities. It means a great deal to the economic viability of the state of Oregon. And it can be damaged if not correctly handled going forward. I believe that this speaks to a vital need going forward for a stringent economic analysis or an economic study. Again, talking about the possibility, certainly not a certainty, that the wind energy could bring in, the wind energy project could bring in jobs. I think that there needs to be a study done to find out what kind of jobs and what kind of damage these current call areas could do, and what kind of jobs could realistically be brought in, and weigh the balances on what that would mean to the coastal economies and to the state economy. I believe that there is a lot more science that needs to be taken care of. Again, this goes to what has been a recurring theme about, pumping the brakes a little bit, pushing pause. I think there needs to be some answers to some of the science out there. From our standpoint with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, we certainly want to find out more about the cables and their impacts on the crab, whether or not there is an impact. I think there have been some studies done that has been a start. I don't think in any way, shape, or form the question has been conclusively solved, and I think that that needs to be addressed. To the subject of the fisheries and the maps, our fishery is not very data specific. So while Frank had some stuff on the maps regarding the Oregon Dungeness crab fishery, that is very, very light. And so I will enter in, while again, a lot of our fishermen fish multiple fisheries, and anything that is going to be harmful to them and their other fisheries will ultimately end up being harmful to our fishery. For the sake of the public record and the sake of the call areas and what what BOEM has asked for, in terms of where our fishermen go and our fishing fleet go, it is well into those call areas. We do get out as far as 100 and even as far as 150 fathoms deep in fishing for the Dungeness crab. And I am asking again, when you address those maps, that you take, as much as you're taking a backwards look, that you take a forward look as to what the future holds for not just the Dungeness crab fishery, but all the fisheries, because of the changing ocean, which is of course, the reason we're here. But in the meantime, it's not going to stop changing, and it's not going to stop changing how we fish and where we fish. I would, for the sake of our fishery, I would draw a line out to 250 fathoms as a buffer zone going forward. I think we have seen an uptick in the last 2-3 seasons of hypoxia dead zones. I think the crab have seen them as well and have shown a propensity to move away from those. That may or may not lead us to have to fish farther offshore. So I would work that into the map as well. And that is where I will conclude my statement.
I was just coming up, so you're in about 5 minutes. Give you a heads up. Thank you, Tim. Next up is Carrie. And Carrie did give me a heads up. She's a little over 5 minutes. So we're working on.
I dwindled it down from 13, so that's pretty good. SILBA. And my husband is bottom trawl, shrimper, and a crabber. My name is Carrie Silva. I'm the wife of a second-generation fisherman, a mother to a third. We are the proud owners of the Jeanette Marie. My husband, John, has spent his 40-year fishing career in the grounds that BOEM has designated the call areas, and our son, Hank, is in his 14th. Together, they have been keepers of the sea. As commercial fishermen, they know how important it is to be conservationist. They protect the grounds on which they fish by the way they fish. There's no better conservationist of the ocean than a fisherman of today. Fishermen have many concerns with the Coos Bay and Brookings call area that BOEM has disregarded by moving forward at lightning speeds without having a comprehensive environmental impact study done. There are too many unknown risks that need to be addressed. We have concerns about what the effect of 200 untested floating wind turbines with electric cables and mooring lines hanging loose from their platforms while anchored to the sea floor will be on the California current, the upwelling, sensitive habitat, and the ocean ecosystem. It appears that BOEM has no interest in learning if there will be whale entanglements during the migration or what the electromagnetic waves will do to the shellfish and other marine mammals. Lastly, and just as important, are our concerns about the rotor blades causing harm or mortality to the endangered short-tailed albatross and other seabirds. We ask BOEM to slow down their process and have studies done and analyzed before this goes any further. In a publication, What is a California Current? It explains that the California current is one of the most productive marine ecosystems in the world. It produces nutrient-rich water and some of the most astounding biological diversities. The California current plays an important role in the circulation of the ocean. It is the natural filter to the Earth's climate. The California current is also the feeding and spawning grounds for most marine life. The current also plays an important role in search and rescue operations. The rescue swimmers use the currents to narrow down the potential location of a vessel in distress. They also use the currents to locate a swimmer in trouble or locate the body of someone who has drowned. Placing 200 untested floating wind turbines in the California current has too many unknown risks to the flow of the current in the ocean ecosystem. We request that BOEM slow down their process. In a study that was conducted in the UK, it was proven that submarine power cables have undesirable consequences for marine animal species. The laboratory at St. Abbs Marine Station in the United Kingdom, where scientists exposed some 4,000 lobster eggs to similar electromagnetic waves usually present around undersea cables. They also studied unexposed eggs at the same time. In the conclusion of the study, the lobsters that were exposed to electromagnetic waves were 3 times more likely to suffer malformations than the unexposed lobsters. There is another study as well on the brown crab being mesmerized by the power cables. They stay put. They will not go look for food or look for a mate to reproduce. Our concern is that the pink shrimp and Dungeness crab will have the same reactions as the lobsters and the brown crabs. Until there is a study done to see what the electromagnetic waves will do to the pink shrimp and Dungeness crab, we can only guess what the effects will be. Concerns when it comes to whale entanglements: some 25,000 whales, gray whales, will pass by the Oregon shores from late March to June on their way to Alaskan waters. Many will be accompanied by their calves. There have been confirmed entangled whales off the coasts of Washington, Oregon, and California. Similar to recent years, humpback whales continue to be the most common species entangled, with 17 separate entanglements confirmed in 2021. 75% of reported whales entangled are fatal, as whales can drag the heavy fishing gears for months. This can result in malnutrition, starvation, infection of the flukes or tails, or even severed appendage and drownings. Fishermen have been working with state agencies to avoid entanglements under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Will an offshore wind farm developer do the same? Imagine what the mooring lines and power cables hanging under the turbine platforms will do to the whales during their migration. They will be faced with a deadly maze consisting of 600 mooring lines, 200 power cables to navigate through. Will the sound waves from the electromagnetic waves attract the whales to enter the deadly maze? What will happen if they become entangled in the lines? Will the entangled whale damage the turbine? Or worse yet, will the whale be trapped and drown? How many entanglements will the developer be allowed to have? There are too many risks to consider. BOEM needs to slow the process down. There are many seabirds along the Oregon coast. The endangered short-tailed albatross is one of them. There were once millions in the Northern Hemisphere until the 20th century when they were reduced to nearly extinct by feather hunters. Oregon identified the albatross as endangered on July 31st, 2000. Not only are they protected under the U.S. Endangered Species Act, but they are also protected under the Migratory Birds Convention Act and the British Columbia Wildlife Act. The short-tailed albatross is the most endangered seabird in the world. As of today, there are only 4,200 short-tailed albatross. There are only 750 breeding pairs. The rest are juveniles and immature short-tailed albatross. They live anywhere from 12 to 45 years old. They only lay one egg a year. Their breeding habits and future survival are threatened by volcanic activity and monsoons. And now the floating wind turbine blades will need to be added to the threat. Short-tailed albatross feed at the ocean surface, mainly at night, searching for squid, shrimp, fish, and flying fish eggs. The outer tips of the rotor blades can reach speeds of up to 400 miles an hour and easily slice off the wing of a short-tailed albatross while they're looking down, searching for food, not glancing up to watch for a knife-like blade whipping down on them from above. The construction of floating wind turbines with 3 rotor blades, each as long as a football field in the middle of their feeding grounds, will be deadly. The short-tailed albatross is already vulnerable to extinction by other elements. Why add to the threat of their survival? Our concerns for the short-tailed albatross are too great to be ignored. The consequences of the lack of willingness by BOEM to have a comprehensive environmental impact study done before issuing a lease to an offshore wind farm developer are careless. When big mistakes are made in BOEM's process and the eagerness to move forward and fast track without a study. As fishermen and community members, we have an abundance of concerns that cannot be ignored. This is bigger than the fishing industry. Do not misunderstand me. John, Hank, and other fishermen are very concerned about the future of the fishing industry and what will become of it. Will they be able to continue to fish in the prime fishing grounds BOEM has selected, the call areas? Will there even be Dungeness crab, pink shrimp, whiting, or other species they harvest left to catch? Without a much needed study, we will never know. So once again, we are asking BOEM to slow the process down and do what is right. Have a comprehensive environmental impact study done and have it analyzed properly. The California current, the upwelling, the sensitive habitat, the ocean ecosystem, the feeding and spawning grounds for marine life, the whales during their migration, the crab, the shrimp, the salmon, the whiting, and other marine species, and the endangered short-tailed albatross depend on it for their survival. The irreversible damage that may be caused to the ocean ecosystem by installing 200 untested wind turbines in the call areas off the Oregon coast is unknown. Fishermen have become better conservationists over the past 25 years and are now requesting that BOEM join them by slowing down the process and do what is right. Have a comprehensive environmental impact study done before it is too late. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. 8 minutes.
Thanks.
Down from 13.
Down from 13. And I do have references as well.
Great, thank you. Next up is Mel Campbell. Maybe Mel left. Oh, okay. Next up is Nick. That's you, Nick Edwards.
Hello. For the record, I'm disappointed that Doug and Amanda had to leave, but I hear that they're on their phones, so don't worry, I'm going to email you my presentation anyway. So for the record, my name is Nick Edwards. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Charleston. I own the fishing vessel Carter John, and I'm here representing Shrimp Producers Marketing Cooperative today. We harvest pink shrimp in Oregon, Washington, and California waters. Our Jordani pink shrimp gets exported all over the world. I've fished these proposed call areas my whole life, and I've participated in moving forward one of the most sustainable fisheries in the world. No other fishery on the globe has 23 species of bottom fish that is certified by the Marine Stewardship Council, as Yelena touched base on. In 2007, the Oregon pink shrimp fishery was the first cold water shrimp fishery in the world to have MSC certification. Oregon definitely sets a high bar on sustainable fisheries and fisheries management. The industrialization of the Pacific Ocean is what the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is proposing. In my opinion and others, BOEM is sending a clear message that our ecosystems and our sustainable fisheries are expendable for offshore wind in the name of climate change. BOEM's current siting process for Oregon waters, they will not protect our northwest upwellings. Just offshore of Coos Bay, we have one of 4 of the most productive ecosystems in the world, the California Current. A published report from February of 2018, Future Changes in Coastal Upwelling Ecosystems with Global Warming. I quote, coastal upwelling ecosystems are among the most productive ecosystems in the world, meaning that the response to climate change is of critical importance. Offshore wind is supposed to help the direction of climate change, not to have a potential impact on one of the most sustainable ecosystems on the planet. BOEM released 2 central call areas off the coast of Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and Delaware. That was April 27th. These 2 sites are in a max depth of 2,600 meters. That's twice as deep as the Coos Bay call area, which is 1,300 meters. Moving offshore wind to 1,300 meters and beyond will only help protect Oregon's natural resources. The Atlantic call areas, Site E, is 56 miles offshore at a max depth of 2,600 meters off the coast of Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. It's a massive 1.6 million acres. Site F is 44 miles offshore, located in a max depth of 2,600 meters off the coast of North Carolina and Virginia. It's 763,000 acres. The Coos Bay call area max depth, as I said, is 1,300 meters. Offshore wind call areas for the central Atlantic are twice as deep as the West Coast. This is highly unacceptable. It's of critical importance to our ecosystems and our natural resources to have a deeper siting for the process in Oregon waters. Governor Brown provided a list of parameters for BOEM to follow in future siting of offshore wind. BOEM has ignored Governor Brown's suggestions. Governor Brown stated, this is the opportune time to move these wind energy areas out to 1,300 meters and beyond. BOEM did not listen. The National Research Energy Laboratory, who has made presentations to show that technology for offshore wind can go to the 1,300 meter depth. That was over 5 years ago. BOEM now acknowledges the technology of going deeper with the Central Atlantic call areas. There are offshore wind developers that have the technology to go beyond 1,300 meters. I've had discussions with them personally, yesterday as a matter of fact. Why is BOEM deciding how deep their technology can go? Like Governor Brown stated, site all these call areas outside of 1,300 meters and beyond, just like the Central Atlantic call areas. The coastal communities have asked our legislators, our congressional delegation, our state senators, and our governor to put the brakes on BOEM. In the letters that BOEM will receive, Oregon citizens are requesting BOEM to move offshore wind outside of 1,300 meters and beyond. Many of us here in this room have engaged in the BOEM process. There has been no meaningful engagement or transparency whatsoever. BOEM has showed me that they have no concept of our ocean resources. And for that reason, there will always be a fundamental difference between BOEM and the seafood industry. You lease land and we feed the world. Director Lefton, I hope you're listening on the phone. I want you to know as a fisherman, I'm not against offshore wind or renewable energy in any way. My children would be disappointed in me if I was. But what I am here is against to say that BOEM and their current siting processes, it's without a doubt a hurried and flawed process for all Oregonians. This is not our Oregon way. The seafood industry is the economic driver of these coastal communities, and without a doubt, we are the true stewards of the Pacific Ocean and its natural resources. Today, BOEM's siting process has failed to address Oregon's natural resources, its inhabitants, and its ocean users. Lastly, we've held 6 listening sessions from the coastal communities. The voice of the Oregon coast has spoken. We are unified in the call to move the call areas outside of 1,300 meters and slow this process down to get the science right before we ever allow offshore wind in Oregon waters. And Director Lefton and Regional Director Doug Borum, if you didn't get my hint, move these call areas outside of 1,300 meters. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. The last
sign up we have in the room is Richard Shaw, and maybe Richard has left. Looks like it. And then online, Susan Chambers. So Susan, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you can even get on video if you like and spell your last name.
Hey, good morning and thank you. My name is Susan Chambers and my last name is spelled Chambers. So good morning, my name is Susan Chambers and I'm chair of the Southern Oregon Ocean Resources Coalition and deputy director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. SOURCE represents sport and commercial fishing processors and marine related businesses. WCSPA represents seafood processors from California to Washington. Thank you for this opportunity. It is entirely likely that seafood deliveries to our South Coast seafood plants, based on landings data and cursory discussions with WCSPA members, could be cut in half or more if the call areas do not shrink from the 1,811 square miles they currently encompass. Granted, Oregon's goal is a targeted 3 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. If that's truly the case, and BOEM recognizes that, these areas could be winnowed down sufficiently to accomplish that, while also protecting most of the fisheries, but only if it's done correctly. Our seafood industry anchors our coastal communities. Seafood processors such as Hallmark Fisheries, Bandon Pacific, and Ocean Gold provide ice and loading, offloading services for thousands of fishermen. Processed seafood from our Oregon fisheries goes all over the world. Sport fishermen and charter vessel companies complement the commercial side. Marine businesses like Ingle Marine and Basin Tackle locally provide much needed supplies to both fisheries. It's taken years and years of fine-tuning fishing regulations and changes to the fisheries to keep these fishermen on the water, employees cutting fish in seafood plants, and Ingle Marine selling supplies. It's a house of cards, if you will. Offshore wind is the biggest threat to that house of cards. Wholesale changes to areas and availability of the sustainable, highly nutritious protein will threaten our nation's food security. We've already seen our global supply chains be disrupted due to COVID and other geopolitical factors. Our seafood industry is resilient, but resiliency can go only so far. So, based solely on discussions from several different meetings and looking at the charts, here are some general suggestions. Number one, do studies first, including cumulative impacts analysis. BOEM may be following the NEPA process to its advantage. That is, a no action alternative is not really viable once leases are made, but that is extremely short-sighted. This is not limited to Oregon or even the West Coast. This is a familiar refrain regarding offshore wind around the country. The Conservation Law Foundation, speaking to the Gulf of Maine, notes that doing a full environmental impact statement before choosing areas is critical. On the West Coast, we need to ensure our California current remains viable and that coastal communities, fishermen, and processors remain viable and resilient. Number two, slow down the process until all data is included. For example, sport fishing data is a glaring omission. The most recent years for some commercial fisheries are missing, years for which the commercial fishery changed significantly. Additionally, BOEM should further explore areas fishermen choose to fish due to bycatch avoidance. Current Oro wind map areas include data for target fisheries, but target fisheries don't tell the whole story. Number three, surveys. At the June Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, the National Marine Fisheries Service reported significant impacts to groundfish surveys in all or parts of these call areas. Combined with the California WIAs and other proposed areas in Northern California, survey impacts will create a double whammy to our fisheries. Not only will our fishermen be displaced, we will be subjected to lower catch limits due to higher uncertainty in surveys and corresponding stock assessments. High impact survey areas should be avoided. Number four, transit lanes. The Coos Bay call area is so large that if fully transformed to a WIA, it will devastate the sport and some commercial fisheries in Winchester Bay. For sport fishermen targeting albacore tuna especially, the transit times north or south to get to deeper waters is too great. It's also a safety concern. To that end, BOEM must work with fishermen to create viable transit lanes to the fishing grounds. Number 5, lop off the panhandle of the Brookings call area. It's clear through several of the charts and maps supplied, the Brookings panhandle on the north end could present geographical challenges for developers. Many fisheries, including shoreside and at-sea whiting, bottom trawl, and others, use that area. It also overlaps with critical rockfish conservation areas. If it doesn't work for developers, doesn't work for fisheries, and impacts the RCA, exclude it. And lastly, number 6, reissue the call. It is now technically feasible for offshore wind developers to push floating offshore wind deeper than 1,300 meters. These call areas are substantially used by several sectors of the fisheries. Going deeper than 1,300 meters will still affect some fisheries, primarily whiting and albacore tuna, but it will avoid the most used areas. And that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Susan, thank you. And that wraps up our public comments, unless, sir, you are Richard Shaw. No, okay. Because you went out when I called that name. So, all right. So that's it. That's everybody that signed up for public comment. This would conclude our public comment time. And so I'll turn it over to Whitney to make any closing remarks and Yelena to make any closing
There's
remarks.
nobody online?
We already did. That was Susan. It was only one.
Only one?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And just for yesterday, we had 17 public comments in the room and we had about 10 online. Yeah. And the meeting went similar. We were done about 12:45. So any comments from Whitney or Doug, and then Yelena, you'll have the floor for closing.
All right, I just want to say on behalf of BOEM, thank you for those that have been patient on the line. Thanks to those that took the time to come here today. It's been a good opportunity. It's great to hear from you, and I just really want to thank you for being involved in this process and stay with us through this process. We really are looking for these win-win solutions for where offshore wind and fishing can coexist. Now, thanks to our facilitation team and the logistics and here at the Mill Casino, and then over to Yelena for final closing. But really, thanks to the Oregon Trawl Commission, we wouldn't be here without your willingness to have these conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you, everyone who's still here and who's still online, and those who had to run after their day and ice and fishing. Really appreciate everyone taking the time. I appreciate the BOEM team taking the time to spend 3 days on the coast. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate Director Amanda Lefton participating here today with us. We'll have one more shot at it tomorrow in Gold Beach. And I appreciate Whitney, thank you for staying a little longer, going overtime the second day and accepting the comments from those who would like to make them. And I guess the fact that second day, we run over the Q&A, it's an indicator that component is missing. And in closing, I would like to echo some comments that were made yesterday by Kurt Cochran in his formal public comment, noting that these meetings are good, but these are not where the useful information that would be provided to you. This is a more one-way conversation as opposed to coming, sitting down at the table and doing it over and over several times with fishermen in different ports, and really back and forth exchange is missing. And you can see during that very brief fairly relatively brief Q&A opportunity. And I think if we didn't have to push everyone to move on, it would probably go on for another couple hours, if not more. But thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for facilitating. And thank you, Representative Brock Smith, Commissioner Maine. I appreciate the tribe participating and attending as well, the Coquille tribe. And I would like to say something. We are the Trawl Commission. I work for the trawl fleet. And I so much appreciate that you guys came today, regardless of the sector. And it's too bad that we were not able to publicize this more. We did the radio, we did not do TV, and maybe that's what we needed to do, but I guess this is all we can do. We've got limited resources. We're the fishing industry and limited time, and we're all strained with offshore wind energy issue right now. So I really appreciate also everybody who was able to share the news and spread the word. So please keep doing that. Thank you.
And we're here, you know, if you have any, if you want to have informal conversation.
We're not really holding like formal close. 19 minutes.
Yeah, so the meeting is adjourned.